Browns Bay Bowling Club here in Auckland is playing host to one of the world's most prestigious bowls events. It's the World Champion of Champions Singles. And as the name suggests, each of the competitors, and they come from 30 countries, has won his or her national singles title. It's going to be a great competition because there are players here who've won this event previously. They spent most of yesterday warming up, getting accustomed to the conditions, both up high and down on the ground. Now they're all set to go. We're going to be showing you 3 games per day, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning here on the Sky Sports channel and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. So what I suggest is you settle back, relax and enjoy.
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kuatai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles, hosted this year in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, broadcasting live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by John Macbeth. And John, what a game we have to start with.
I don't think we could have scheduled anything more exciting. The anticipation of this, 2 leading nations from a history point of view, with the World Champion of Champions Singles, Australia and New Zealand in the women. This is the 19th event, and between these 2 countries they've won 9 of the titles, so they've been very much dominant. And the 2 players we've got representing Australia are Lainey McGorman, and for New Zealand, Leanne Paulson. They've had their 2 trial ends, and they'll be playing a sets system here with 2 sets of 7 ends each. And then if it's tied at that stage, or they can't determine a winner, there'll be a maximum of 3 extra ends.
A beautiful day to start off this, what you call almost a bonanza of bowls, John. There's a number of days here at Browns Bay.
Yes, with it being Auckland, there is always a chance that there might be some rain. Well, if it's in New Zealand, there's the chance there might be some rain, or anywhere really. But you can see there with Lainey McGregor, her shirt just being moved around a bit by the wind, but it's not a strong breeze at all, and the players are not at all concerned with it. They did have a fantastic day yesterday practicing on these greens. They were going the other way, of course, as a trials for them yesterday, and everyone was remarking about how pleasant the greens are, how well they're playing. And of course, for some of the nations, totally different conditions.
Oh, absolutely.
For these two.
Absolutely. But, Australia and New Zealand, they'll feel reasonably at home. Leanne Paulson here. A great story, John. A meteoric rise, really, in the sport. She's still, I think, maybe a 10th year bowler, 11th year bowler, playing for her country. Has won the New Zealand singles. Took up bowls late in life, or later in life than some.
Well, she's mentioned previously, that her parents or her father played bowls, and it was pretty much a male-only domain in that area, and she wasn't even allowed to touch the bowls. But she became a very successful horse trainer, and then, yeah, you're right, only 10 or 11 years ago she decided to give bowls a go, and she's one of those people who she wants to succeed, and so she knows it's hard work involved, and she's never been afraid of hard work. So she's been in there practicing, learning, was taken on board by a couple of prominent bowlers at the time when she first opened up and showed an interest, and they said to her, well, we recognise you've got some potential, are you willing to put in the hard yards? And she certainly has. So you look there, that's McGorman with the blue, and Sue Way is the marker today, one of our leading umpires in New Zealand. She'll be indicating to the audience and to our viewers who has got the shot and who has won the end, and she had a blue lollipop up previously with McGorman getting the first end, getting a single on the first, but unsuccessful with the throw up of the jack. I noticed with their first couple of bowls in the trial ends, Alex, it was on the 2 metre mark, and they both went into the ditch, so immediately hauling it back.
Interesting. Must be an interesting feeling, both of these players have won their national championship and they're here at this World Champion of Champions. You'd think that regardless of your experience, there'll be some nerves attached to this first end or two.
Yeah. Well, they all know that all those bowlers who think they should be here or who were beaten along the way by both of these bowlers will be watching this with interest and hoping, of course, that they succeed for their country. And Lainey McGregor she really has been one of the stars of South Australian bowls. She's out of the Adelaide Bowling Club, and to get into this situation and their national champion of champions, she won 5 out of 6 of her games. They were played at the Sorrento Bowling Club in Western Australia. So she's thoroughly deserving to be there. But if you can win the Australian singles title, champion of champions, you're a pretty good player, because the depth in Australia is extraordinary.
And we have spoken about the success that both New Zealand and Australia have found at this event, John. Certainly a history of winners coming through. Joe Edwards, one of the greatest bowlers of all time, New Zealand legend, won this event twice. No one has won it in the women's game in consecutive years. So we've got Ann Nunez. She's back here from USA, from America, trying to be the first woman to achieve that feat.
So Kelsey Cottrell, one of the greatest ever as well, won it in 2009. That was when it was played in Scotland. Karen Murphy just recently inducted over the last couple of weeks into the Australian Sports Hall of Fame. She won it in Christchurch in 2013. Natasha Scott 3 years later in Australia, I think at Helensvale, and then Kylie Whitehead in 2019. So those are the 4 Australians who've won it. And if we look at New Zealand and the venues that the New Zealanders won it, this title are interesting. In Norfolk Island, Jean Khan won it in 2010. In Hong Kong, Joe Edwards won it for the first time. Sandra Keith won it in Cyprus.
Cyprus?
Yeah, in 2012. Joe Edwards 2018 in Australia, and Taylor Bruce in 2022 in the Hutt Valley in New Zealand at the Nine Eye Club. So the bowls they're using, Leanne Paulson continues with her Optima Aero Optimas, black and white speckled ones she has. She's used them for a long time.
I think she's had them almost since the beginnings. I think that's just about the only set of bowls that Leanne Paulson has ever played with. This set of Aero Optimas.
Size 4s, I think she uses.
It's a nice bowl there from Leanne.
Nice correction, and that will look with singles, of course, and with it being a sets situation, you've got no time to settle. Laney is using Drake's Conquest.
It's interesting, those are usually considered quite a heavy biased bowl. And here at Browns Bay, the greens are on a Mania Toto weed, which is unique to New Zealand, and will be running somewhere between 15 and 8, or maybe 16 and 18 seconds. John, it'll speed up as the week goes on, but I think every time we see this World Champion of Champions event come here, sometimes the players switch the bowls out pretty quickly because on a slower green you need a bowl that's going to turn more, although it doesn't on a slower green. It's just that if they played on a slower green with our bowls, it would be straight up the middle.
It's quite good at this stage of the day too. You can see the tracks of the bowls as they come down. You can, as a viewer, just get an idea. You see how wide this one goes from that line that the Australian had coming through was far inside that, as was Paulson's first, so she overcorrected, but she has the shot anyway. So we go into the third set of this first set, third end, I mean, of this first set at 1-all. Paulson against McGorman, New Zealand against Australia.
A legal jack delivery there, 2 metre to 2 metre.
Well, viewers will have noticed that when McGregor put the jack down, she was going short, and she was just a bit short, so it wasn't up. So she wants to play the short end, and Paulson clearly is more in favour of something around the 2 metre with the jack, with the mat a fair way back. Those lines to the side of the centre line are just really a reminder to the players that if they stand inside that, they're going to block your view.
Something that we tend to do for our broadcasts on grass greens or outside greens, John. We don't do it for covered facilities because it's actually incredibly challenging to get chalk off a carpet that doesn't have regular rain.
Yeah.
It's just sort of, we ended up permanently marking the greens.
You can probably hear the wind. It's just picked up slightly, but it's not having a major effect. This is a fabulous venue for overseas viewers and those who haven't been here before. This is on the north shore of Auckland, and the two greens that you can see are complemented by another two greens on the other side of the building there. So there's another Maniatoto green and also an artificial one. So there's 4 greens here. And it's quite a big club from New Zealand standards, and inside a very big entertainment area, bar and offices. A nice library there actually as well, and a good high quality kitchen and so on. And last night they put on a nice opening for this with some youngsters performing some Maori song and some lovely words from 2 or 3 Maori representatives here. So it was absolutely brilliant. So waiata and normal welcoming from the Bowls, World Bowls CEO, and also the Bowls New Zealand CEO. And I think the reaction from the visitors made it absolutely well worth it. It was brilliant. There was a bit of a problem because they were doing it on the green here, but the kids were all on bare feet. There was a little bit of overactivity there, and the greenkeeper was keeping a close eye on it.
Bare feet's fine, no issues.
So Paulson getting that single in there, picking a line and weight very well early on.
Leanne on the forehand.
Gee, if that comes in, it's taking a big green, isn't it? So the forehand she's preferring.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Yeah. Possibly two. Gorman will go the other hand. And that's a totally different green to that. So there is a crosswind probably that we're picking up. She's made a nice correction. That's a butte bowl. Yeah.
That's a
save it till last.
What a shot. Really well played there from McGorman, the Australian, and Sue Wait, our marker umpire extraordinaire, indicating 1 there to Australia, and the score now 2-1 after 3. So very experienced international official, John.
Yeah.
Well known in New Zealand and outside of New Zealand. She's been to a number of international events, and I think one of our best markers, and we have a number of officials who've travelled here, and I think it's often forgotten, but a lot at their own expense, John, to be a part of this World Champion of Champion singles and umpire and officiate.
They love it.
Such as their dedication to the sport.
Yeah. And there were a vast number of them here for the official opening last night. And I must say too, often the clubs themselves don't get too much recognition, but I mean, what time did we get here this morning? I was here later than you. Didn't get here till about 7:30. And there was already, there would have been 30 club members here marking the green, sweeping the paths, hosing down areas, wiping down the outdoor seats, working in the kitchen, they're just working their butts off under the control of Pete Sheehan, the president, who was here doing his best, of course, as he always is.
I thought we were going to get declined entry this morning, John. We were in at about 7:15, and they have a car park.
That's right, yeah.
A very dedicated car park attendant who was checking that we were umpires and that we were officials and that we could be in the car park that we were allowed in. So it's that didn't stymie the broadcast.
So every day and every night there's people here setting it up, and then of course when everyone goes home they clean up, and then they start again. And it's great for a club to have an event like this, but what it means is that the club members can't use the club for a week or more as they prepare it. They don't want to damage the green. The greenkeeper doesn't want them using it, and they want to leave that green as perfect as what Leanne Paulson is finding it right now.
That's incredible. She'll be pleased with this. She's settling down nicely into this game, Leanne Paulson. You think about the dynamics. You're a Kiwi playing at home. Look at this little wriggle.
Might be a hole.
Oh, it's a nice shot.
Yeah. So this opens it up for Paulson to maybe make a little break here in this game. It's the first set. We're playing the fourth end. Just having a look at the Adelaide Bowling Club, their Facebook pages and that, to see what sort of response has been to this, leading up to it. And so many bowlers in that area in South Australia, and particularly that Adelaide club, are really so enthusiastic about having their player, Lainey McGorman, involved, and wishing her luck. She has been a South Australian bowler of the year and so on. So she's a highly performed player in a country which produces thousands of highly performed players.
Oh, she just had a little blink here and an opportunity, John, for Leanne to pick up a 3, you would think. No reason why a 3 wouldn't happen. We've seen 2 great shots from Leanne on the on the back end.
Still, but look at that scattered though, green. Scattered green, particularly from Laney.
I feel like Leanne is settling into this. Staying on her back end. See Mike Coonahan in the background watching on.
Yep, he was in the car with me this morning, so he was here bright and early.
Would have been delightful company in the car, John.
I didn't have to say much.
Interesting here. You see Leanne switch to her forehand. Do you think she's frightened of hitting up that bowl?
I think it's because they're all just struggling to find their line, aren't they? And she just needs to be slightly wide there, and she had the possibility of knocking that up. But I'm a bit surprised. But however, there's a nice track there for her if she can get through it without hitting up her opponent. However, or she might still get some luck out of this.
She's done it enough. It was a well played bowl.
I was just thinking to myself, really, that she's settled on that side of the rink. She's been playing, the backhand coming down that way and forehand up the other way. She seems to be favouring that hand, but that might just change. So she picked up a 3 there. It's now 4-2 to Paulson.
And such is the speed of this game. We're on end 5. Only 2 ends to go after this in the first set.
Again, she keeps it long. Of course, means, I suppose, if there is a reasonable breeze out there, it gives the bowl has longer into that breeze and it will affect it more. And we'll see if, or when, Laney McGorman gets the jack, whether she'll go short again as she endeavoured to when she won that first end. So yeah, staying on this side of the rink. Let's see how she's managed it this time. That looks a better green. Yeah, very good. There's a long way to go in this tournament, and certainly whoever loses this is not out of it by any means. So we're playing 3 rounds today.
Oh, look at this. That's nice stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Laney will be thinking, you get the feeling that both players hadn't settled in for the first few ends.
Yeah. There was a time when the markers wouldn't add the added additional information. As Leanne said, am I low? And a few years ago there would have been yes, but she added, yes, you're half a bowl low, or a bowl low, or whatever it was she said. Which makes sense, doesn't it? Bowlers just want information. Otherwise we'll have them walking up to the head all the time. I suppose they're allowed up after they've played their third in this
Third bowl,
conditions
yeah.
of play.
Yeah. Well, they can ask to approach
Yeah.
ahead if the circumstances are exceptional. Be very disappointing for the Australian there, having drawn a beautiful first bowl, to overplay her second shot by quite as much as she just has. It is easy to do on these greens, John.
Yeah. Finer line. Just needs an inside edge there or a nudge on the...
Oh, look at that. That's outstanding.
Oh, that's Carted it back nicely too.
See Mike Kernahan there, just go, oh, good shot, Leanne, well done.
You think she'll go this?
No.
Okay.
As much as it would be tempting, it just doesn't look. It doesn't look quite like, you'd want to go it, but you've got no back bowls.
And it's a toucher, of course.
I think you'd probably end up with Leanne's bowl in the ditch.
Yeah.
Next to the jack. Such a good bowl of Leanne's. Arnie would have been thinking, I'm sitting okay here. I've played a good first bowl. It's within 4 inches of the jack, or 8 inches of the jack is what Sue said, wasn't it?
Yep.
But Leanne executed her shot to perfection.
Pretty good shot there, doesn't it? If has it stayed on?
No.
Oh.
It was a good idea.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll see Nani play the forehand, which is to the left of your screen, John. That looks like the only way that you could draw the shot for the Australian singles player. Between that blue bowl at 11 o'clock and Leanne's bowl at 10, did draw it on the forehand.
The way she's facing though, she looks like she's going to play backhand. Oh no, she's.
I'm not
I think you're right. Down through that gap and onto her own blue. Push it up. There we go. Yep, forehand. Because backhand stuff would only, with bad luck, would pop the jack back and she could end up dropping 3. Yeah, so that was it. That was the track through there onto her own blue, the left-hand blue of hers on the centre line, and pushing up to the shot. But a bit of a half a shot she played really, and she drops another single. It's 5-2 now, playing the 6th end.
Pressure really on the Australian singles representative. If the set is to be won, to score on this end. Leanne.
How many times though do you see, being absolutely creamed on a first set somewhere, and you think, oh gosh,
means nothing.
Yeah, and then you start again. This has proved to be quite tricky coming in this direction. We've seen a couple of really scattered heads. You see the movement of the big bush in the background there. Or might get Max to pick us up a flag somewhere just to give us an idea. Are there ground level flags there? Yes, there are in the corners, so I'll just see what it's doing. You can see down in that far corner by the gate there, that one there. I think it'll be holding out on this side the way that flag is.
So we've got a flag in the corner.
Yeah.
You can see, as you've spoken about it, John, it has stopped flapping in the breeze because that's...
there we go now. Yeah. So that's what they're dealing with. So about here with that wind, it should pick that bowl up nicely and put it onto the jack.
Look, that's an exceptional shot.
Yeah.
When required, in a position where scoring is mandatory, to have an opportunity to win this set, and Lani's just drawn a toucher on the forehand. That's a great start.
wind just picking up a bit. She sends down her second.
Oh, this is really good end building here from the Australian.
Yeah.
A narrow target still. New Zealanders watching. Hold your breath.
And one of our great draw players sitting there watching, Mike Kernahan.
Come on, Leanne. Hold your line. Yeah, it's a good bowl. Sprung the jack out nicely. I'll just get it out of the way real fast, John. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend that I don't have a little bit of bias. As a New Zealander, it was an outstanding shot from Leanne, and it was really required because how good were the first two bowls from Lani, the Australian representative,
who's had to go onto that other hand. She's tossed it out a long way. It looks like it's almost, let's see what happens here when I put it out there.
Came back to the centre line.
Yeah, it did too. Or no, to the camera line, but it's
and I think
not bad.
Leanne's popped the jack out, but she's still ultimately 2 shots down here, isn't she? So
yeah,
her bowl was just to give herself an easier chance to score. I'm not sure what hand she'll play. What would you do here, John?
Well, I think the way she played that, and I think it seems to me to be a truer hand. I'd be going on the forehand. Doesn't matter. You're 2 shots down. Play into that shot bowl. You might get a nice little inside edge and flick in for shot. I mean, while it's open on the backhand, although looks like she's going to play backhand, you know, I'd be inclined to think, well, forehand would be fine for me.
Yeah, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, yeah.
On the back
Well, her
end.
weight's really good.
Oh.
What do I know, eh? That was very good. And that was under pressure too, because you see her other bowls, one's come down on the forehand, but the other bowls all over the place. And that one gets into maybe cut down one.
Well, we might find out something about the style of play that Lani... Oh, no. I was going to suggest a hit.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if that's a good idea upon reflection, John. Because I can't actually see a way you could get Leanne's shot ball out without moving the jack, and there's no position. So a challenge here. Opting for the backhand.
Just your weight. We're warming up in this game now. Leanne Paulson has the mat, but has she got the shot? Well, she did manage to get the shot with that, so that was a good save from her. She was 2 down, played her last, and now goes to the last end of this first set, leading by 6-2.
Which means, of course, that it is impossible for Leanne to lose the set, but it is possible for the set to be drawn, John.
Yep. Matt in the same position, about a mat length away from the 2 metre. Oh, that looks to be travelling. Now this will be interesting, because I think that's gone into the ditch. Yeah, it certainly has. So now we might just see a big change.
Not ideal.
Lainey McGorman leaves the mat pretty much where it was, or back on the 2 metre. Has it? Or wee bit advanced, and now I'm sure we'll see it short. Here we go.
Isn't pressure an interesting thing?
Yeah,
You know, even there, where Leanne's 4-shot lead.
No, look.
Oh.
Gee, there you go.
Well, if I was Leanne, you go. Thank you for delivering the jack where I was going to.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's a bit shorter than what Paulson wanted. You see the mat's out quite a way from where she had it, so it is a much shorter end than what Paulson was anticipating. And just to annoy your opposition, you put one right on the jack.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Yeah.
What a bowl from Leanne Poulsen. Really settling into her task here. It's a mammoth week for these players. There are, I think, three and two sections, John, or not many sections and lots of players, which means that it's a 9-round format. So the players play a lot of games to get to a qualifying stage. So it's very much a marathon and not a sprint.
And our next games today, another women's match following, will be Wales against Tonga. And then on to the men's section, anticipating a great game, this one, England against Thailand. We'll see our first glimpse of the representatives from those two countries.
What time would it be in England by the time we broadcast that, John?
Oh, I just tend to roughly add, take off 12, don't you?
Yes. So it would be some unusual time in the morning.
Yeah. But the Welsh are into it. You know, lots of congratulations and best wishes going through their social media pages. Welsh with Ross Owen and Katie Thomas, the representatives, getting plenty of support from back home. Where the weather won't be quite like this.
Not quite. Potentially, you know, you never want to slate another region.
Oh, yeah. Well, been to Wales a few times in the
So it's
the middle of winter.
Based on based on
It's
experience.
not quite the middle of winter yet over there, but it's getting into that, you know, darkness quite early. So Poulsen with her third. Wondering how she got that first one there. That's good though, because I don't see the marker bending down, her shadow just to the bottom there, bending down to pick it out of the ditch, so it stayed on. She just wants to ensure that she doesn't drop a 4.
Pretty much. So if we look at the head, where's the danger for Leanne, John?
Well, has her opponent got 3 balls on the... Yes, she has. Yep. Okay, so 3 balls there.
It's still technically possible.
Yeah.
But that initial bowl that Leanne played, very helpful for the New Zealander. And it's close enough to the jack that Laney would have to get the shot bowl at the exact right angle to not move the jack, and for her collision bowl to hang around.
Yeah. So it is a possibility.
If Leanne can draw a second or third shot here, I would almost suggest that you'd be looking for a miracle to score 4 shots. Well, she's not going to.
No.
So it's half a chance.
Does it finish outside that? Yes, it
Yeah.
does. So she'd have got second and third shot, that's all, isn't it? So I think this bowl out to the left, alongside the 2 metre mark, the New Zealand bowl, black and white one, would be 4th shot. Brett O'Reilly on the left, newly appointed president of World Bowls.
I think if Laney can get the shot bowl at the right angle, there's a weird result that could happen. But she's going to be wide here, John, and it's going to be the first set to the New Zealander, Leanne Poulsen. 7 shots to 2. And we'll enter the second set of 7 ends now on this battle between the Trans-Tasman rivals.
Well, it wasn't the sort of jack being clustered by bowls in that first set at all, but you're wanting to just get that one at least on each end and keep on winning, and that's what Poulsen did. She scored a one on the second to go to 1-all, and she picked up that 3. That was the telling end. On the 4th, she went from 2-1 down to 4-2 up, and then scored on the next couple of ends. So 7-2.
Deliver the jack nicely there to the 2 metre mark. So Leanne has played the better of the two, I think, John. Seems to be settling down on that longer length. It'll be interesting because the New Zealanders, you'd think Aidan and Leanne have played a lot on our grass greens down here at the very bottom of the world, and they're the quickest grass greens in the world. I was wondering what sort of conversation goes into how do you get the most advantage out of being used to these, and I thought maybe we'd see lots of short ends from the New Zealand pair, because these are quick greens. This is as slow as it's going to be, and it will speed up as the week goes on, but it wouldn't be surprising that when we get to finals day it could be running at 18-19 seconds.
And yet the bowlers, the top quality bowlers here, they adapt really quickly, don't
absolutely.
they? You know, so you've got players who've never played in New Zealand, who come from countries where there's only an artificial surface somewhere, but they still adapt. It's one of those sports where the quicker you adapt, the better you are. And then we see someone who's grown up on these sorts of greens, such as Leanne Poulsen, and you see where her first bowl was there. So it doesn't. Sometimes it's not a huge advantage, I don't think.
Well, here we see the set system, John. We've had a long and a short. We spoke about this a bit to viewers who tuned into the coverage of the recently completed Oceania Challenge. It was a very similar format, wasn't it? Two sets of 7 ends. And it's just one of those strange things, and all sport. Darts does a set system as well. You can have all the momentum in the world in set 1, and there's no reason why set 2 should be any different, but it just... something changes, something feels different. Didn't quite nail that one.
Oh, no, this is... and she'll be annoyed because... as you were saying, the first set's gone, so now we're starting again. It's 0-0. I need to get to win this set, and then we go into a tiebreaker. That's her ambition. She gets her first one in reasonably, but the second one's away. And then you see Leanne Poulsen, who's won that first set, possibly thinking, I'm sort of on top in this, but you wouldn't dare think that out loud. And she's put in 3 that she'd like back again.
Yeah, just... showing a little bit of frustration there. Not sure how Kearney is able to wear a hoodie in the background. It would be 24, 25 degrees outside, John.
He's keeping his back warm. He's had a few issues with his back, I think.
I see.
Well, she's holding 3 shots, and the closest one is a metre away.
That's all you have to do, I suppose.
Yeah.
Would expect Leanne to draw the shot here.
Well, if she doesn't, she starts with a 4 against her. See, Leanne was played in the Trans-Tasman most recently for New Zealand, and was at the World Champs on the Gold Coast last year, winning a gold medal with Val Smith and Taylor Bruce. Oh, gee, the best. Big sigh of relief here.
Nice bowl, yeah.
In the context of this end, that is a nice bowl. And also the fact that she must have been feeling a little bit of pressure and uncertainty about what she was doing.
I know Leanne has the back bowls.
Yeah.
But I feel like the shot bowl of Leanne's is far enough away from the jack that if Laney has second, third and fourth shot, it must be tempting just to try and get rid of the bowl, John.
Yeah. Certainly.
You don't sound convinced.
No, well, no, I was just thinking, if that was to go, or if the jack was to just trickle back slightly over to that left-hand side, she'd be picking up a handful, and that is going to be where she's heading. Move that jack. A bit unlucky there, and she doesn't even get the shot, I don't think, out of that one. So a very scratchy first end of this second set, with no doubt the conditions playing a part. I have to wander out and have a look and just a feel of what it's like out there. It's a single to Leanne Paulson, the New Zealand representative. She won the first set 7-2 and starts off with a single on the second, in the second set.
And we'll be very pleased at her last bowl. Oh, where's the jack going?
Gee.
It's into the ditch.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't expect to see this. Sue delivering. Well, that was a lovely delivery from Sue Wei, the umpire.
There's, I think that's 3, either in the ditch or not making it.
Laney now. Well, this time will we see a short end delivered? No. I'm a bit flummoxed, John.
Yep.
So Leanne on the forehand. The jack's been delivered to the 2 metre mark. Laney, I don't think, moved the mat on the re-delivery. For those two, John, who are tuning in and are thinking, well, how can I find the results for this World Champion of Champions event that is here at Browns Bay for the next 4 days? The answer is the World Bowls Match Centre. So World Bowls has a result system that is similar to BowlsLink in Australia and BowlsHub in New Zealand that has the full results. You can find it on the World Bowls website. You can find it on the World Bowls social media pages, and we've also put it on the Bowls New Zealand website and social media pages. So just the normal places that you would go to find your bowls results, you should be able to find the World Champion of Champions singles results there, and there's going to be plenty of results coming through over the next 4 days of play. Well done. And
yeah.
Sit.
Paulson holding the shot there, having managed to get one closer on that first end of the second set. So she plays one hand and her opponent plays the other.
Laney, too, audiences may recognise from this year's or this season's edition of the BPL, the Bowls Premier League run by Bowls Australia. She made her debut for a team whose name I've forgotten.
Adelaide Pioneers.
Oh, you've done your research, John.
Oh,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a part of that now very well established event. It's to its 20th edition, run by Bowls Australia, and we get it broadcast over here on our side of the Tasman too. A lot of bowls on TV nowadays.
It's a nice little target. That's not a bad green coming in now from Paulson.
This is good stuff. This
Yeah.
is what we expect to see from
Yes,
Leanne.
that's right.
Yeah, lovely bowl.
So we're just checking with some of the people who are out there watching, and the wind isn't really having a major effect. Maybe just going back to the clubhouse more than the direction they're going now. You see there, that's not a huge wind at all, so let's just put it down to the fact that they're both a bit on edge.
Oh,
You know, it's a big number, isn't it? Australia against New Zealand first up. It's for both of them, they're thinking, I would have liked to have played someone else to get into the swing of things.
Look, it's a world event. They've qualified their way through here. And for this stuff where you're not selected, you never know when it might be your last opportunity. I mean, how many times, particularly in the stronger countries like Australia or New Zealand, it's pretty challenging to win the national singles.
Yeah.
You know, like there's less than a handful of people of either gender who've won the New Zealand singles more than 2 times,
That's
of which
right.
one is Mike Kernahan and Stenley.
Yep.
But like that's only 2 chances they've ever had at this World Champion of Champions singles. So it might be your one opportunity, and this is what we expect to see from Leanne Poulsen.
Yeah.
This is the stuff. That's 3 lovely bowls to finish this end with, and Laney under a little bit of pressure in the second set.
Of course, thinking of the Australians, their male competitor Lee Schreiner has won it 4 times. You know.
Lee is,
and he's so consistent, isn't he? Wonderful player.
I've been fortunate enough. I haven't watched as much bowls as you have, John, due to just the time. But I've watched quite a lot of bowls in my role at Bowls New Zealand, and I think Lee Schreiner, who we will see on the broadcast later on this week, is just about the best bowler I've ever seen. I think when he's going as well as he can, I can't remember anyone I've seen play better. Talking of good bowls, is it going to sit down?
Now that's what we expected to see a lot more of. And Schreiner, winning the Australian singles, you'd think it'd be enough to push you into that Australian team, but there's just so much talent there.
Yeah, there is. He's had one cap for Australia, and he's in their senior squad again. So he'll be very motivated, and certainly I'm looking forward to that game actually, incidentally, John, because that's our other Australia versus New Zealand rubber, and I believe it's broadcast maybe day 3 it might be due for, but I'm looking forward to that. We're just going to have such an exhibition of bowls, and while we've been talking, I wasn't paying much attention, and Sue did the lollipops, but I didn't see.
I'm just looking for the board
2?
down there. I think it was 2, but I would like to be convinced that we'll just get a shot of that scoreboard in a moment.
So it's 3-0 to New Zealand in the second set after 2 ends.
Change of hand.
Yeah. I believe Leanne defeated Sandra Keith in the final of the New Zealand singles to be here. Sandra, of course, has won this event, as you were saying before.
Yeah, I think that was the one in Cyprus. So in both nations, and for other people who are watching, your national squads, they change around so much. You can look back through your own records and see someone who's won a national singles or pairs or something like that, and then you think, I wonder where they are now. And then there's others that just, the names appear year after year consistently among the top players in your nations. So it's been great to catch up with some of the competitors from some of the lesser countries. Quite a good chat. Or no, that's not quite the way it was. But with Zoltan Pavelka of Hungary, so it wasn't a good chat. He doesn't speak a great deal of English, but we communicated well, and he's just loving it. He said, I think he mentioned to me that the Hungarian ambassador might be here.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And
I was sitting there thinking, oh, this chap that's with him must be a friend or helping him interpret. But no, that was Ozkan Akar of Turkey. He said, I understand a little bit of what he's saying too. So we had this 3 conversation in Turkish, Hungarian and New Zealand.
I love that. It's fantastic.
And then there was the Cypriot couple who are playing here today. Not a couple, they come from the same club, of course, in Cyprus, and that's Lucas Paraskeva, who said he is the only true Cypriot playing bowls in Cyprus. So he was born there and left when he was about 8 or 12 or something and went to England, but then has come back to Cyprus, so he's a true Cypriot. And Karen Morris, who's the female bowler from Cyprus, she's English initially. So there's all those, there's just some great little stories out there. I love that. Two good bowls come in here now in this match. 3-0, Paulson leading after two of the ends on the second set.
Decisions. You'd think it would just be, you just draw the ball on the forehand here, I think, John.
Well, yeah, and if you were playing it, Alex, you would just take the jack back quarter of a metre and say, righto, I've got 4 there now.
And then I'd wake up.
Well, this is what you visualise, isn't it? Leanne Paulson will have visualised these sorts of shots. She knows what the situation is there. That looks a pretty good weight for this, doesn't it? Or is it just going to die out on her? No, it's going to die. All those expert bowlers will be saying we knew it was going to be short by the time it left her hand. Beautiful green. A missed opportunity there for Paulson. Her opponent hasn't scored since the third end of the first set, so she'd like to get in now. And again, just not quite getting there either. So who's got it? Yep, Australia.
So 1-3 the score. On end 4 now of 7. So we're rapidly approaching the end of the second set. Remembering, if Laney is able to win the set, we will see a 3-end tie-break, and I would expect that we'll see a lot of 3-end tie-breaks as this event goes on,
I
John,
hope so.
such as the standard.
Seeing more and more of this format, aren't we? And I was interested in when there was discussion about short mat bowls. You're going to explain to us that? People will be listening and saying, what do you mean short mat bowls?
Yeah, so short mat bowls was essentially created for outdoor bowlers playing with this sized bowl to be able to play a form of their game in the winter and in smaller, more enclosed spaces than what you can fit a 40 by 40 metre bowling green in. So players use outdoor bowls, the full-sized bowls, and it's on a thick piece of foam carpet that's about, I think it's about just over 30 feet long, so quite a lot shorter than an outdoor bowling green, and there's a block of wood in the middle, so you can't just drive up the middle because it's such a short distance. It'll be very easy just to drive up the middle. There are ditches, it's got ditches, so it's essentially just a condensed version of the outdoor game, and has become quite popular in England over the last 5 or 10 years. They've got something called the Short Mat Players Tour, or Professional Tour, I think, where they host a number of events in the UK and Europe, and certainly I think a real solution, John, for the newer countries to bowls, because if you think about how expensive it would be if you went to a country without bowls there and thought, well, I want to start a bowling club, feels like it's a bit easier to start with short mat and work towards a full-sized rink than it is to just dive straight in.
Of course, portable too, so
yes,
you know, absolutely fantastic for a lot of those countries who have got no facilities. Really, Sweden, for example, they use something along those lines.
I think the Falkland Islands too, and there's a representative here.
Yeah.
Their preparation was on a short mat, so it's the same size bowls, but it's just on, well, it is what it sounds like, it's on a short mat.
Well, this is, thanks Alex, this is building up very positively for the Australian representative, Laney McGorman. Neither of these players have been on their top form.
We've seen flashes of brilliance.
Just that consistency, and even with McGorman holding 3 shots, they're not the classy sort of shots that we know she's capable of. And here we see Paulson again overcooking it. She's got 2 down the back here, and 1 very short. That's the length they've all been playing this sort of length. Mike Kernahan just looks away from the situation and possibly thinks, this might be a 4-3 at the end of this.
Oh, Leanne's going to have a bowl to salvage here. This is that's a great shot from Laney. And Leanne will be thinking, even if I draw a second shot here, which should be doable if you think about the 2 short blue bowls at 1 o'clock, which look like they're some distance away from the jack, John. If you can beat that, you reduce the damage.
Yeah.
Big moment in the second set.
This is all that training and practice that she's put in, and getting herself in these sort of situations, getting herself out of these sort of situations. She's practiced for it. She needs to drag a line in just a little bit, which she's done. Oh, that looks to be scorching. That looks to be racing. So she was obviously playing with a bit of weight to sit the shot bowl out, but she's conceded a pretty ordinary 4 there.
I'm very surprised if she was trying to remove a bowl. I think second or third shot would be what she was, perhaps a better percentage option, John.
Yep.
But them's the breaks, and it's going to be a 4 to Australia, and this match has got some twists and turns left to go, because courtesy of that 4, the score is now 5-3 on the 5th end.
There seemed to be no reason for that, did there? That
just happened.
Yeah. A quick reassessment there. Slug of water from Leanne Paulson, the New Zealand singles champion. Out of the Papakura Bowling Club. Staying on this forehand now. She just got rid of that other hand playing in this direction. It seems to be, well, I was going to say that from what we're getting out on the greens from the people watching, they're saying the direction that they're playing now seems to be the tricky direction.
Be the more tricky, I suppose.
Yeah.
You've got a little bit of a wind tunnel that comes through. But ultimately, I think the conditions are quite nice out there, John.
See a few cards being taken into the office. Some of the other games are finishing.
Yeah, they'll get through them.
Yeah.
Scheduled to restart at 11:30, so it's a pretty relaxed schedule, John. It gives the players opportunities to mix and mingle and get to know each other. They've got their scheduled games, but because they're over quite quickly, there will be that chance, that break in between. Some of them will be able to try out the award-winning pie shop just down the road from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. Discover what New Zealand pies are all about.
Well, you know, not being an expert on these things, and certainly not having tried one yesterday at about 3 o'clock, the selection is pretty impressive. Oh, so's this bowl here too. This might just cut the shot out. I think Paulson had it.
Good bowl.
With her previous one.
Yeah,
Now, this is interesting. We'll see what Paulson does. She'll obviously want to try and draw the shot. But it's another opportunity, potentially, for the Australian, Lainey McGorman, to really put her foot on the throat.
Goodness, it's just quite unusual, the flow of this match. Leanne stalking this one down. This is a nice track, John. She's got the running.
Yeah, I don't know if she's got the weight, has she? Well, she's made it not quite as potentially devastating, but certainly she's one down.
And we see Laney immediately switch to the backhand.
Without thinking about it, hopefully, because the way that side there has been playing, it can put some doubt in your mind. I should be saying, why haven't I played this hand more often? Look at that.
Beautiful
2
bowl.
So 2 for Laney McGorman of Australia. 1 bowl to come from Leanne Paulson, who faces a 7-3 deficit.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I blinked, I had a swig of my water, feeling okay about the game as a New Zealander, and looked back and Australia have scored a 4, and now Laney played a nice end holding 2. So this bowl, extremely important. Just resting through the shot bowl, I think, John, maybe 3 or 4 feet over in weight. Through that gap. She slices the jack back to herself. That's okay.
Yeah, I think she'd just be maybe wanting to hit her own bowl up there. There she goes.
This is a lovely effort here from Leanne Paulson.
She's got the shot.
Oh, incredible. Yeah, well played, Leanne.
Yeah. She might have grabbed the shot, might not. Let's see. Look, it looks as though she might have just stunned her own ball enough to stay there. What do we see? We've got the flat.
Yeah,
pop up, but I can't see what colour it is.
I can.
Oh,
I
you
can.
Oh,
yeah.
that.
One to Leanne.
Oh, well, a saving shot there from Leanne Paulson when things look rather bleak for the New Zealander. But it's now 5-4, playing the penultimate end of the second set. This is the first round of our play in the World Champion of Champions singles here. We're at the Browns Bay Club, just north of Auckland, the North Shore area of Auckland. Nice sunny conditions, a bit of cloud above and a little bit of breeze.
And, sorry, John, we're just, I want to watch that bowl of Leanne Paulson's again because it was so important. So watch this replay, folks. Very well navigated, literally playing square through the shot bowl with perfect weight. That's exceptional stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was.
Really good bowl from
Just held
Leanne
the nerve
Paulson.
well, because we've seen no weighted shots at all, really. It's been pretty much a draw singles match. So Paulson now, it's a much better line from her.
Yeah, this is
that
good
hand.
stuff. Yeah.
Well, it's amazing what a shot like that, a rescue shot, can do to your confidence. She played that shot in true Paulson form.
Willing this bowl back in and sit.
It would just be nice to, towards the end of this, to see consistent bowls coming in from the two players. We've got one right on it. Let's see if another one can get just there or just over that one.
Yeah, room to improve for sure for both of them, and I mean they're such talented bowlers that I have no doubt that they will improve. This is great stuff here from Leanne. So we've seen these moments of magic, right? Like she's done this a few times in this game where that form won her the New Zealand singles. It's why she is a New Zealand player. She's gone bang bang. Just certainly will be looking to make that a more regular occurrence.
Just looking to split those two. Well, she could pick up the jack with this. She'd want to be staying on. I don't think she wanted to. Oh, she's gone in the ditch.
I think we're going to see that a little bit, John, with these Quicker Toto greens. A lot of the players will be used to being able to play a probing bowl like that and have their bowl stay up on the rink, which makes it easier for the next one.
Yep.
With the first, for the first couple of days at least, I expect we'll see a lot of those bowls that are slightly overplayed, and they will lose their bowls, and that doesn't help.
Wanted another metre on that just to get over for third shot and away from the two that are jammed together in case they go.
Must be interesting.
She played a tighter line. That's all she needed. Not much in it. If she sits those two, she might just get some luck out of this. Oh, a nice bowl. Very nice bowl from her, but
very well played.
Still 2 down. But that's better for her.
I think the good thing is, John, she's got the bowl that sits at 4 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah.
And Leanne's 2 bowls are so close to the jack that if there is movement, it's likely going to go in that 4 o'clock direction.
Absolutely. If she plays that same shot again, for example, and hits that centre bowl, then the jack would go out to her. So we'll see if Leanne Paulson recognises that and plays one out there, or does she just look to score another? She can certainly continue to play on that hand that she seems to be navigating quite well at the moment. She might just decide to play down the backhand and put one in between the jack and her opponent's bowl.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, backhand she's playing. And possibly just recognising, as you mentioned, Alex, that if the jack goes, it's going to go out here, or it won't go out there. It won't go into the ditch.
Watch the reaction.
She's in the
That,
ditch. Well
that tells you all you need to know about where that bowl went.
Yeah.
Just going, ugh. Why? So, moments again in this match. She's Australia leading 5 shots to 4. At Leanne on the head, holding 2.
So we'll see now. There's a very good bowl, her previous one from McGorman, and the potential there is for her to play inside her own bowl, her last one. Touch that centre black, the shot bowl, and the jack by right should spring back to her other bowl. Let's see what sort of direction she's got. Pretty good.
She's close
Pretty
here.
Good. Any movement there will spring the jack back.
Oh, didn't move far enough.
Not enough. Very good shot though, and so Paulson retains that advantage on this particular end, and now we go to 5 all.
That was such a good effort.
End. Yep.
In 7 of 7. So it's either, if Australia wins the end, John, we see 3 more ends of bowls.
Yep.
If New Zealand wins, Leanne chalks one up on the board. And the game is over. What a great effort that was from Laney. We'll just watch that back on a replay. Watch where the jack moves. In the right direction, but not far enough. Look at this. If she'd been a quarter of a bowl narrower.
Exactly.
The
That's
jack
all
would
it
have
was.
popped
It was the impact point, wasn't it? If she'd hit the shot bowl, that would have been great, and if she'd hit the outside of the second shot, it would have been enough impact to push the jack across. So the intent was there. The execution was almost flawless. But now we see a scoreline of 5 all playing the final end of this second set. New Zealand won the first 7-2. The big difference there being a 3 that Paulson picked up on the 4th end. This particular set, the Australian has won just the 2 ends, but one of those included a 4. So it's been 4 ends to 2, but that 4 that she scored on the 4th end is the big difference. It's 5 all. She wins the battle of the first bowls.
Yeah, nice shot.
Looks to be
Oh,
really
dear,
wide, yeah,
Leanne.
wide and heavy.
The bowl's gone into the ditch, and look
Yeah.
at just watch Leanne. And oh, interesting.
Two down in a moment, or 2 up, whichever way you look.
Oh, you wouldn't. If it sits down, it's good. I suppose Laney would just be thinking, all I need to do is score a shot.
Yeah, that's it. They both need one shot. One to force a tie-break, and the other, this woman here, to win the set and avoid a tie-break. Changes a hand, goes a bit narrower. Wants to get it inside her own bowl.
Close here, Leanne. Good line. So for Laney, it's, well, how do you make Leanne's shot harder? I suppose there's no harm in drawing close again, John. I don't know.
She's staying on that hand. She's just going to put it over, maybe just past the jack a little bit. Oh, that's even better.
Careful.
Okay.
See, we spoke about making it harder. That's made it easier, arguably.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful bowl.
But that's...
Unfortunately, it's made Leanne's shot quite simple. Although I think still reasonably low percentage, John, because the jack gets we know the jack gets respotted on the 2 metre mark if the jack is killed. And Leanne's bowl wouldn't be there if the jack was killed, so you're still down. If you get rid of one bowl, that doesn't do anything.
And one of those bowls is a toucher as
So
well.
I think still a low percentage chance of actually scoring here. If you're Laney, if you're an Australian supporter, it's odds on that we're going to go to a 3-end tie-break here, because the shot for Leanne is very hard to play perfectly.
Well, I think, backhand and sit the shot if you can.
Has to have a nice weight.
Just sit the shot out. You don't want to go full at it, but neither of them have really shown that form at the moment to give you a great deal of confidence that the perfect shot will be played.
You know, the bowl we saw Leanne play 3 ends ago when she was 3 down and replaced the shot bowl for 1.
Yeah.
I think that's the weight. I think that's the weight that she'll be visualising, but she has to play it on her backhand, not her forehand here. So it's about...
Yeah, she's going backhand.
Collision bowl.
She's got, even an inside edge on that right-hand bowl with the toucher. Inside edge on that. But sitting the shot is the way to go, isn't it? Just pushing it out and staying there. Otherwise, we're into a 3-set tiebreaker, and Laney McGorman won't need to play her last bowl. In the area. Well, that won't do her any good.
Yep.
So it'll be the set to Laney McGorman of Australia. And we go to a set each.
She may opt to play her last bowl, and I wouldn't expect that she will.
You wouldn't want her to play on the backhand and knock it up, that's for sure.
I'd be far too frightened. Be like, cool. I'll take my set win. We can get started now. What happens if you narrow and roll up a bowl? No, I'm not good enough for this.
So there we go. She might just join Leanne in the ditch there, but no, that's not as heavy a weight as I thought. She's going to use, as all top bowlers say, use every bowl for practice. Get something out of it.
Yeah, I'd be on board that if I was good enough to be.
Yeah, same here.
I wouldn't trust myself under any circumstances if I've been given the win. Sue Ray prepared.
Yeah.
I can never say coin toss is such a surprising tongue twister, isn't it? Number of times I've said toin toss.
Oh, have you?
Irish wristwatch is the best tongue twister, John.
Irish? Oh, yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Irish wristwatch. I couldn't say it any faster than that, Alex.
It sounds like it's so easy to say, and then you try and say it, and it just doesn't work. Right, 3-end tie-break. New Zealand versus Australia. Game 1, day 1, World Championship singles. What more could you ask for?
We said during that first set that how often does it happen that someone wins the first set quite comfortably and then everything works against them in the second, and unexpectedly you find a tiebreak. So this is starting afresh. This is bowl 1 now of a new game. Leanne Paulson taking the first 7-2, the New Zealand singles champion, and then Lainey McGorman winning the second set 6-5. We might just see now the true form of these two. Bad bowls there, one each of them close to the jack. It looks as though Paulson's holding the shot.
On the forehand.
Looked to be wide all the time there. Nice weight for her. Setting up possibilities for New Zealand in this, the first end of the tie-break. We haven't seen McGorman play this hand at all.
Well, now is the hour.
Yeah. She's going to sit that shot.
Oh, what a shot.
Yes.
Very well played bowl.
She's thinking, oh, what was so difficult about that hand?
Oh, it's a strange game.
Yeah. She's brought it green in slightly this time. And if her weight's okay, she'll be in the zone.
It's a lovely line.
Yeah. Whip over to the backhand again. She played a couple of really good shots playing this way last time when she was trying to squirt the jack back. This is another good bowl. This might be 3 to the Aussie.
What a time to play your best end when you're in a tie-break situation, and Leanne may be forced to attack here. You know, there's half a chance, John, of getting rid of the bowls or moving the jack back. We've got those 2 bowls of Leanne's that sit at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock to the jack on your screen. Play your backhand with the weight that she's been playing, that running weight. There's big chances of scoring, maybe easier than a draw shot.
Play the backhand, which she hasn't played coming
That's
in this
the
direction.
Danger. Yeah.
But it's going to be narrower and heavier with a determined position there, in position, which is those 2 shot bowls or the jack. You see a number of the Browns Bay supporters here, but also bowlers from other areas, other clubs. But like most bowling clubs, most of the players just want to play. They don't want to go and watch. Right, this is a big bowl. Down 3. First end of the tie-break. Has she judged it? The
She's
weight
close
looks good.
here.
Yeah. Not quite. So she, the Australian who is Lainey McGorman, has started off with 3
Well,
And that's a fantastic way to start a tiebreaker.
it certainly is, and has gone from strength to strength. Lainey McGorban, as this match has gone on, some very loose bowls in the first set, and then scored. You wouldn't call it a tight 4, but a 4 is a 4 in the second set to catapult her into the lead. Held on, held her nerve, and then the best end, she's safe till last, picking up a 3 on that first end of the tiebreak. 2 more ends to go in this 3-end tiebreak. Quite like the 3-end tiebreak, John. I think it seems like a more fair way of figuring out, doesn't it?
Well, I think the whole format, and we saw it in the Oceania Challenge of the last week. Short and sharp. Doesn't give you time to. That's the only problem with it, isn't it? You haven't got time to warm up.
Yeah.
You've got to use those couple of trial ends, to their maximum. None of this just sort of, throwing up and thinking, oh, I think I've got my green. You've really got to treat your trial ends as the start of a match.
Yeah, we'll reward those that can pick the green quicker. The traditional game, John, with the 18 ends or 25 ends of 4s, really you're spending the first 7 or 8 ends actually warming up. If you did that here,
you've lost the first
that's
set.
your game gone.
Yeah.
It's over. Lainey slightly overplayed that shot, but still holding on to the 1.
Well, she only needs 2, doesn't she? And that'll be it. Not convinced, I don't think. Not convinced at all. It's one of those days, Leanne, the start of this World Singles Champion of Champions. On the other hand, Lainey McGorman, who must have been wondering what she'd struck in that first set, dropping at 7-2 and looking all at sea.
That's lovely stuff. Sitting right down.
She's got the match right there now. Leanne Paulson must score.
Leaning on.
Yep. Mike Kernahan.
Kearney.
You made your mind up, get there and play it. No words messing around. Just get into it. As Kearney would probably say, draw it. I would. That's always his first option, wasn't it? Always. Yeah, I can draw it.
One of the great draw bowlers.
Yeah.
'16 World Fours is an exhibition from Kearney. Here we go. Leanne Paulson needs it to let go onto the shot bowl, but it's going to go zipping past. Has it stayed up on the paddock? Well, that's a sign of good greenkeeper there, John, because it actually stopped when it should have. Look at that, scattered out. Well, there's a Hail Mary shot for Leanne. She's got the 2 back bowls.
Yeah.
Go out with a bang. Look at that. That's the thoughts going through the mind. Be running a million miles an hour.
It's a hard one, isn't it? She could play that same shot again, and her intention was to sit the shot bowl.
Laney.
Her other option now is to run the jack back, but it's not so attractive if Laney stays on. I don't know whether she will, though.
She's trying.
Oh, okay. So she's put herself in Leanne Paulson's mind there, didn't she?
Yeah.
I would have a go at that. I would.
Is it the worst idea in the world?
No.
I think it's probably quite a good idea. What's the 2 metre mark look like? A measure for shot on the 2 metre mark. I think if Leanne definitely had the 2 metre mark, it means you can afford to, you don't have to get the jack square. You can just hit any of the jack. So therefore you'd play it. If she doesn't have the 2 metre mark, I think it's just a similar bowl to her previous one. Move your own bowl up, replace the shot bowl.
Oh, she might just say, I'll take the jack back, stay with it, get 3.
Yeah, well,
No, that's
fair
not,
enough.
That's not that sort of weight. Here we go. This to stay in the match. That looks tight. And the weight isn't there either. And so the two shake hands. That's Leanne Paulson of New Zealand and Lainey McGorman of Australia. And having dropped the first set 7-2, picked up the second set 6-5, McGorman goes on and wins the first 2 sets of the tiebreaker, takes it 5-0, and she scores first blood here at the World Champion of Champions singles.
Thanks, John. And what we're going to do now is sit back, relax and enjoy, watch some highlights from that match, and we'll return with more coverage at 11:30.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champion Singles, broadcasting live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and you can see there a little bit of wind in the air, but it's not too bad as we come back, John, for the second match that we get to see today. And can you talk us through what are we going to be watching?
Well, it's another women's match. We have already seen one of those today, Australia against New Zealand, and this time it's two players wearing the reds of their national their nations. On the right, it's Millie Nathan representing Tonga, and on the mat at the moment, that's Katie Thomas, who is the Welsh representative here today. So just reminding you that it is two sets of 7 ends each, and if necessary, a tiebreaker of a maximum of 3 ends. And certainly Millie, about to bowl now, has gone through one tiebreaker. She won her match against Ireland in a tiebreaker, and Katie was beaten by Nue in her first match. I chatted to Katie after that, and she said, I just struggled to get quickly enough to grips with the conditions here. She's never played in the Southern Hemisphere, so it's all new for her.
Yep.
And she is a highly decorated bowler at just 25 years of age, and is really looking forward to, I suppose, upping her game. And she knows that Millie Nathan, we know her well, Alex. She's representing Tonga, but the family lives in the Auckland area, so she's very much at ease with the conditions here, and represented Tonga in the recent Oceania Challenge very effectively as well.
What we've seen here, John, is the trial end. So the conditions of play, 2 sets of 7 ends and a 3-end tiebreaker if required, which we did see in the first match we broadcast. And it's the 2 trial ends, then straight into it. That's how it will work. So don't panic when you see the marker there, Wendy Sutty, taking the bowls off the head. She's supposed to be doing that. It's just the trial end, so the players get that opportunity to find what the rink is doing.
And certainly don't be upset by that other activity going on in the background there, a pie being devoured by one of the many people involved in this. There's the wind indicator for you. That's on the corner of this green, the A green, the number 1 green here, although you can't say that in any qualification of standard of greens because they're all playing exceptionally well, and some consider green C as the best of the lot. That's out of the background behind the building. So here we have Wendy Sutty coming down now as the players prepare to play their second trial end.
Second and final trial end. Got the the pie eater's disappearing. Very nice pie shop. I think it's good. Bit of New Zealand culture, John. The pie shop just down the road, and with 50 athletes, I think we said, attending this World Champion of Champions event from all around the world.
And
actually,
even athletes are allowed to eat pies.
Well, yeah, bowls is one of
Particularly
those.
that duck one that I understand, Alex, is
Delightful.
So here we are with this Browns Bay Bowling Club, which has a large number of members, both playing and social members. It's a very active club. I had a look at the roster that's up on the bar area for all the functions that they've got coming up here leading into Christmas and beyond, and it puts a big demand on the volunteers of any club when you're hiring out your facilities for both bowls and social activities, and their roster seems to be full every day of the week. It's an active part of the community, which is recognised too by the council here and by sponsors. You know, they recognise that, hey, this is a grand facility which anyone can use.
Yeah, thriving club for sure here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and it has been for decades, really, John. We've had national finals hosted here over the years, international events hosted here as well. There are 3 Maniatoto greens, or grass greens, that's how they look, and 1 artificial. So one of the larger clubs too. It's sort of rare to find a club with 3 natural greens nowadays.
Yeah.
And well looked after.
So using Aero Optimas as Katie Thomas. people who've seen me on the greens, they'll say they look like your bowls because they're exactly the same blue and white speckled Aero Optima bowls that I've tried to use over the years.
From the Whitland Bowls Club.
Yes.
That's Katie.
Well, interestingly too, I went over and had a chat to her, and I said, "Is your mother here?" "That's my mum there." "Oh, okay." "And that's my dad." So Andrea and Glyn are here, and Katie teamed up with Andrea, her mother, to reach the final of the National Peers
Oh, brilliant.
this year, or last season. And she's a bit like Millie, actually. Started playing bowls quite young. Katie Thomas started playing when she was 10. She's now 25 years of age. So lots of experience there. Leaning against the post to the right there. One of the Irish support group, the husband of Sarah Kelly, the Irish singles representative. Right, the mat's been picked up. The last of the trial bowls has been sent on its way. Shake of hand, they've already tossed, and they're now ready to start this second televised match. It's round 2 of the singles at the World Champion of Champions here in Browns Bay. Men and women playing at the same time. 3 greens in action, and all of them now some of them have had a bye. I know I was just watching on the B rink and saw a chap there by the name of Pip Branfield, who's been out to New Zealand several times. Way back in the 80s he first came out, and his daughter is representing England. So his daughter Stephanie had a bye first up, so some of them are just getting into their first game.
And we saw them in 2022, John, at the Nainai Bowling Club, I recall, when the World Champion of Champions singles was hosted in Wellington. Winners that year, Taylor Bruce and Sam Tolchard.
Yeah. Gee, some good games there, weren't there?
Oh, there were. I think it was Steph Branfield's first foray down to the Southern Hemisphere last time, so I'm sure that she'll be feeling more confident this time around of having a good result.
So with the blue stickers on the sides of her bowls, this is Katie Thomas of Wales delivering the first bowl of this match, first set. So Millie Nathan, who played against Ireland's Sarah Kelly first up, and I think both players recognised that there was a bit of luck involved, as there is in bowls. The occasional wick that works either for you or against you, and in Millie's case it was for her. Lovely starter.
What a bowl. That, as you say, John, trying to find that weight at such a fine margin on these Maniatoto greens at Browns Bay. But I mean, the standard of the players is huge, so I think as the week goes on, we've got so many games of bowls to come. They will get to grips with it, but you can understand how for the first day of play, maybe the first few games for the Northern Hemisphere counterparts, it might be a bit of a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Same as when we go up there.
Well, she looks to be a player who's going to
nice
make
bowl.
those corrections, those necessary corrections, and that it was correction required in green and weight, perfect weight correction, and that's a good second shot for her. For Katie Thomas, out of the, as you mentioned, the Whitland Bowling Club.
Needs to use it. This is a lovely start.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we'll find out what sort of player Katie is, because the That'll look tempting to have a nibble at. It's very hard to outdraw those two bowls. It may be worth just trying to drive them, John.
Yeah, but all she sees is one bowl, isn't it? One bowl and the jack.
I think she's going to hit this. On the forehand.
Almost down the centre line, or a bit.
Could
or
get
she might
lucky.
a wick here.
Oh!
Yeah, oh gosh. She'll take that.
Oh. Where are all the bowls, John?
She's still 2 down.
Goodness gracious me. We'll see if we can watch a replay of that upon the conclusion of this end. Narrow, I think almost all of the bowls have been removed off the head.
yeah.
And this is what it looks like.
And I don't think that was a toucher from Katie, so I noticed it was still in the ditch, but they'll just check that out. There's a 3.
Goodness gracious me. So 3 on the first end to Millie.
And the closest bowl is a metre away. The second shot's 3 metres away. Well, didn't get the result she wanted, Katie Thomas, but she's got that out of her system. A 3 to Millie Nathan of Tonga.
Let's see if we can watch a replay of that bowl. So on the tight side, and watch the blue bowls. That one's gone. That she got rid of all her bowls, John.
Yeah.
Oh, we're feeling a little bit stiff, you know. It's okay if we all miss. And then there would have been the moment where perhaps you think, oh, I've got a really good result here. But to watch all of your bowls just fold off the entire rink must be a little bit deflating.
Yep. I can just see in the background there Katie's parents just right in behind our cameraman Max. It's quite nice when you've got parents who are also really keen on bowls, and to come out this far, it's a big effort. Not a cheap exercise, but I'm sure they're spending a bit of time out here tripping around, so if you're in the region and you hear a lovely Welsh accent, make sure you look after them well.
It is one of the nice accents, isn't it? The Welsh accent.
Yeah.
Bowl, quite lilting as opposed to some other accents, that's not how I would describe them. Not that we can talk as New Zealanders, John.
That's right. Beaut, what a beaut bowl this is, eh? Lovely bowl, just getting it around her own short one, and parks up a bowl short of the jack. Bit more than the bowl short of the jack. We'll soon find out that Millie Nathan is not afraid to play with weight.
Yeah, very competent player is Millie Nathan. We saw her at the Oceania Challenge last week, John, but as being pretty prevalent in the North Harbour Centre. She plays out of the Birkenhead Bowling Club, so she'll be no stranger to the Browns Bay Greens. Her district, North Harbour, plays here, and she's won a number of those championships.
Thomas's aim was to make sure that she was behind the jack. She was. Now she's got an opportunity to draw another one in here.
She'll be pleased with this because it's an immediate recovery, isn't it, from that.
A 2 rather than a single would be the ideal outcome. And she goes, leaves the mat behind. Her opponent picks it up, tosses it on the bank. They're not just using the one mat. Oh, she's gone wide again, so I suppose she now that's great weight, isn't it? But just needed to be in that same line as she took last time. So a single there to Katie Thomas.
1-3 after 2.
does she do with the mat this time? Okay, nothing spectacular. What does she do with the jack? Tries to make sure she sends it up far enough. Has she done that? Yep, she has. So a short end. This will be the shortest end we've seen in the 2 games we've covered to date.
You can hear that wind in the effects mic. And yet it's interesting. I'll have to have a chat to the players as the week goes on, John, but just with the length of jack that will be opted to be played, we've lost something in the background. Oh, he's got it back. It's okay. I think someone's hat went flying. Beautiful line. If you are in the North Harbour area and wish to watch some top quality bowls from the best players in the world, entry is free here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. The kitchen does a magnificent job. I can smell the food wafting in through our commentary window, and the bar is open. So free entry, food, drink, and the best bowlers in the world. We're here for 5 days. Feel free to pop in and have a look.
I think you possibly need to say that again and pause between free entry, food and drink. All right. Free entry, and there's also food and drink.
Yes, yeah.
We'll take the free out
Grammar's,
of that.
grammar's very important, isn't it?
Free. Yeah.
We get people down here.
But I heard Alex Reid say free entry, food and drink. I want my free food.
We're in the commentary booth, John. Who are they going to go and talk to about it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just getting the people to the bowling club.
Yeah, you are indeed. That's good. Right, well, no trouble finding the line going in this direction, which was something the 2 players in the previous game, couldn't say that about them. They really struggled to find white and green in that first match.
It's interesting. We saw Katie struggle. Well, that's an exaggeration. Her line was good, but the weight wasn't on the first end of the set coming this direction. And we saw over and under again, but a good third bowl there.
I looked at a Facebook page which had some Welsh messages on it, and it said, well, all the best to Katie Thomas, playing in the first ever World Singles Champion of Champions. And there were all these messages. 70% of them had the surname of Thomas. And I thought I wouldn't even dare say are any of these related to you, because I think Thomas and Davis and Williams are probably the most popular names in Wales.
Oh, well, one of our broadcast personnel / bowl sub expert, Colin Williams, has a Welsh background, and that's the last name. He's got
know that.
a middle name, Welsh middle name.
Yep.
Apparently his grandmother's party trick is to pronounce all the Welsh place names at Christmas time.
Oh, great. Well, when I went over and was chatting with Katie's parents, Andrea and Glyn, I said, "You don't come from Llanelli, do you?" And they said, "That wasn't bad for a Kiwi." In the background there, David Allen sees a bit of bowls in his time, or seen a bit of bowls in his time, hasn't he?
Yes, been involved for a very long time. And there we have...
Oh, yes. So there's Andrea and Glyn on the left.
Are they going to wave? They'd wave to us, yep.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, wave. You're on television.
Yep. We said... That's good.
We won't do that again, John. It just about killed me.
They, I must say, they were taken notice of what New Zealand's weather is like, because they're sitting there in their shorts and sleeves, but they were plastering sun cream on.
Yes, well, certainly we have a slightly thinner ozone layer above us, don't we, in New Zealand?
Yeah. So 3-2. This is tight match. We're playing the fourth end of 7 in this first set. Tonga, represented here by Millie Nathan, against Wales and Katie Thomas.
That's a nice bowl there from Millie. Lovely bowl. And when your first bowl has missed by as much as it did for Katie, she'll just be starting from scratch here on the forehand. Entirely from scratch, actually, because she switched her hand as well. Sometimes you just think, oh no, there's nothing I can learn from my first bowl. I'll just reset.
And then you watch as your opponent puts them in the zone. Not too much of a correction needed here for Katie Thomas to get up and oust that shot of Nathan's. Oh, look at those blue bowls. One far right, one sort of central, and the other, and a big line through there, and none of them beating the first two of Nathan. Looks well pointed too.
That's a very nice bowl from Millie Nathan. Well played.
So Thomas had a pretty good line. Her bowl's finished up in a good line. It's just dropping that weight slightly and sitting on or beating the shot bowl, and you stay in this game.
How's the weight?
Pretty good.
Oh, look at this. Now that's an outstanding lawn bowl, John.
Yeah.
Decisions here for Millie.
She got room to draw this. Oh, it's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? How it might be a couple of bowls. I know she's playing with a bit of weight here to try and unsettle it.
That's an indication of the type of game that Millie plays, though, John, and it's
Yep.
put her in good stead over the years. It's going to be 1 to the Welsh representative, 3 apiece on the 5th end. So having a look at the Welsh Bowls website, I think they still have a men's and women's national body.
Oh.
So the men's Welsh Bowling Association has 286 clubs, and the women's has 160 clubs. So a very strong bowling country there. That's a solid number of clubs and member counties.
Which means when you get up and win your national title, singles title, you've played against some
Certainly.
pretty impressive players.
Yeah.
First of all, winning your club championship, as Katie did out of her club, the Whitland Bowling Club. Now, are we up or not? Wendy Sutty just checking.
Must be. Wendy Sutty, a very competent bowls official. Told me I was only allowed to say nice things, John.
Oh, I think she's still getting over me saying that all umpires are deaf.
Actually, to quote Wendy, she said, "You can call me anything you like as long as it's not late for dinner or a beer."
Yeah.
Very short end here, John.
Yeah, a bit of a test. They both adapted well. just see Katie trying to add a bit of green on because her first bowl finished slightly narrow, cut across, and she tossed it out a bit too far. Millie, on the other hand, looks to be narrow on that hand, but if she gets inside that bowl of her opponent, she'll be happy. Doesn't quite do it. So one shot anyway to Wales.
Just asking for a distance indication.
It's a better line from her, I think, isn't it? Just underneath her own and settling in beautifully. That's a top position in between the jack and the opponent's bowl, and she's holding two. Nathan just turns away from this
It
one.
might come back.
No.
It's trying, John.
It does. I think she'd be surprised at that. She stood there on the mat and looked away and thought, that's gone too far.
What was wrong with that?
Yeah.
Decisions.
I wonder if she's got 3 seconds here.
I think she does. And we've seen that Katie's happy to be aggressive.
Yeah. So maybe back.
I would expect to see
so maybe backhand. Wait it. No, forehand.
Either.
Yeah,
I
it
think
doesn't
it's,
matter, does it? Which she's most comfortable with.
6 of one, half dozen of the other here
Yeah.
on the forehand. So let's see if she is playing that shot. Oh, just reaching just over. Too aggressive, John.
We are. Yeah.
It's easier when you're watching.
Hey, look, this is coming to a nice home.
Ooh.
Oh, is it enough? Maybe not enough.
Millie holding the shot.
No negative thoughts. No saying, oh, I hope I don't turn this over. No negative thoughts. Here we go. Millie Nathan with the last bowl of this fifth end. It's tied up 3-all. She's holding shot.
Wow.
Negative thoughts. Oh, I don't want to turn that blue bowl over.
That's a very brave shot selection.
Yeah. Takes a single.
So the score now 4-3 to Tonga, and we're on end 6 of 7 in this first set.
So we're into the second round on day one of the World Bowls Champion of Champions singles, being played at the Browns Bay Club. It's quite a thriving little community around here too. Lots of shops, lots of traffic, as you will have noticed. There's a constant stream of traffic going through here to a big roundabout to the left of the picture up there. There's a roundabout there with a lot of traffic going in all 4 directions. Good opener here from Millie Nathan. Just repeating for you that Nathan beat Ireland in her first game on a tiebreaker, and Thomas was beaten by Nue.
It's a marathon event, this one, John, with very large sections, so the players are playing for 4 days. before we work out who's qualified. Very steady bowler, Millie. I quite like the Tongan stickers too, John. I think the pattern is pleasing.
Yes, players are supplied with stickers, but in Millie's case, she's got enough red on hers to be able to use her own national ones.
Yeah, just to help us differentiate. When it's singles too, I think,
Yeah,
John.
yeah. Even you and I can sort of work out whose bowls are whose.
I'd back myself.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd hope so. And if we come across a singles game on the broadcast to come where the bowls colours are very similar, we have sets of blue and red stickers to give out. But singles is one of those ones where it's reasonably simple. This is close here from Millie.
This might be the tightest head we've seen in the 2 games.
Settling right in.
Yeah. Green sorted, coming down that backhand side towards the clubhouse, which proved to be a little bit difficult in the first game.
Going to stay on the backhand.
Nice delivery, just non-delivering hand resting on the knee. She might have just cut a weight a bit here. Well, that's my fault because I said this is the tightest head we've seen.
And we cut to the camera shot. We're going to follow it all the way into the head. Should be disappointed with that. Unless it was on purpose, but I doubt it. It doesn't feel like something that you would do on purpose. Sometimes in bowls we do see short bowls played, John, but that's usually to get in the eye. I suppose it's guaranteeing that Millie's probably not going to play the backhand. So maybe we'll see weight on the forehand, do you think, John? Just reaching
That's
through?
an option. I mean, if she comes under that last blue bowl and nudges her own up, I mean, there's options there, aren't there? If she's favouring that hand, but she's looking out to her right.
Yeah, on the forehand. So
Yeah.
she'll... It's just a question of how much weight that is used here now.
Oh, yeah, she's gone tight on it, so she's...
Can
too
you
tight.
imagine if she
Yeah.
uses the short bowl?
Oh, if
No, surely not.
Oh, wouldn't Katie Thomas have been upset? Hey. It's part of the game, though. You can play the worst bowl you've ever played, and it comes out being top notch because you've hit something else.
We've all done it.
So
now-
she's now a chance for 3 here.
She's played 2 good bowls on her
Yeah.
backhand to get the 2. So there'll be a temptation just to stay on the backhand, I think. But the way she was looking at it, maybe it's safer to draw on the forehand side.
You'd think so.
Sit the blue bowl down at 10 o'clock or match that black bowl that sits at 9 to the jack.
Because unless you draw it pretty much dead, you waste a bowl, don't you?
Yeah.
Because you're afraid of moving the jack to the opposition. So backhand onto your own or onto the opposition. It's forehand, I mean, as we see playing forehand.
It's a sound
Playing
decision.
onto the Good track here, but I don't think she's going to be up as she is. It going to carry on? I'm not sure with that wind not helping it at all.
No, it's not going to.
Yeah.
And so let's see now if it's 1 or 2 to...
Wendy hunts into a pocket for a 1.
1, just the 1. 4 apiece as we enter the 7th and final end here. Wendy Sutty doing a great job with the lollipops. Well, it shouldn't be a draw and set, John.
No.
Where's the jack going to be delivered to?
Ooh, that looks a light throw, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, it's still...
Well,
Still
yeah,
going.
deceiving. Right, so now we have a situation where it's 4-all. Millie Nathan of Tonga against Katie Thomas of Wales. This is the first set. We're at the final end. First bowl efficiency. This is what she's looking for. Quite happy playing that forehand side. Been coming in quite well from about here. preference is that hand. So that's what Nathan is going to play.
On the forehand. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And she's thinking that too. What did I do then? I just wanted to be inside my own. And she's gone well over. She was wide, and now we see Millie going to play exactly the shot that her opponent was looking to. Oh, almost.
What a lovely effort that was.
Still the blue bowl is the shot here. And it's Thomas just looking to bring her line in slightly. Obviously take off some weight as well.
This is close, John.
Yeah, much better. Round that.
That's a well played bowl. Yeah, 2 shots within Cooey. And Millie with a chance. Let it go nicely.
That's a tighter line and one in which will bring her inside the shot bowl. And if her weight's okay, she might just backdoor this shot. Not quite.
Ooh. Oh, not quite. It feels, John, like for Katie, it's still just about drawing as close as you can here, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, there's too much room to be left. I'd be uncomfortable leaving Millie that much room to draw. Long walk back to the mat. Jean Ashby, a Bowls New Zealand life member in the background there watching on. Absolute trooper.
Yeah.
There's Jean. Wonderful woman.
Inside your own, Katie.
Well, it's
Oh,
good
yeah,
enough. You know,
yeah, that's good enough for, I'd say, 3 shots there. 2 and a measure.
Millie with a bowl at the back.
3 it is.
Hmm.
And it looks inviting down there to draw, stay on that same forehand that she has been.
Yeah. There's enough room, really.
Yeah.
And nothing, there's not like there's a shelf of bowls to hit. You've got a target the width of a jack. If you were confident, going, you would. But you feel like Millie's good enough just to draw this. She may be hitting it, I think, John.
Oh,
Why draw it?
oh. Jack, no.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's certainly made it 3. And that's first set. First set goes to Katie Thomas of Wales, and it is 3. So we're halfway through this match now. It's been tight, but on that last end, it was all Katie Thomas. She set it up nicely and takes the first set 7-4.
Really settling in, I think, Katie. You spoke about Katie was defeated in her first match, and you had a conversation with her, didn't you, John? You said at the top of the show that
she said, I just didn't settle quickly enough, and you know, I've never played here before. Well, it's not making excuses. She just said she didn't settle enough, and her opponent certainly did. That was Joy Peru of Nue. course, you realise too that a lot of the entrants here from some of the, particularly the Pacific Island nations, a lot of them may live in New Zealand and or have played a lot in New Zealand, so the conditions aren't at all foreign. It's not the start you want when you've just put a nail halfway down into the opponent and you let them off with the first bowl of the new game. And it is a new game. She's lost the first set, Millie Nathan.
Fair enough.
Yeah. In fact, I saw Millie Khan's name I was updating stuff on Leanne Paulson, who said, I wasn't really interested in bowls, she said, but I always remember watching Millie Khan, 1990 Commonwealth Games, and that was an inspiration, as it was for many New Zealanders, not just people who were interested in bowls. Here we go.
Certainly one of those names that we associate in New Zealand, sort of just linked with bowls, isn't it? You've got Millie Khan and Peter Bellis from that era.
Yep.
And one of the Khans won this event, didn't
Shan,
they?
yeah.
Shan.
Yeah, she was a very good player too. She was in those teams that included the likes of Marlene Castle and our patron, the new patron, isn't she, of Bowls New Zealand, from the mighty Manawa too.
I recall, and that's Sharon Sims that we're talking about as we watched this
I
bowl.
should have said that. Yeah, nice bowl.
I believe you commentated, John, on a world champion of champion women's singles final in Burnside in about 2003 or 4, where Sharon Sims was defeated by a Malaysian entrant, perhaps, in the final.
Yeah. A lot of those just, in my memory, just I have to remind myself of where I've been. Yeah. I've loved it. So to be involved in some of the most
What a shot that is.
most exciting bowls that you can see, and that's a beaut. A very good from Millie Nathan.
How classy was that? Oh. What do you do?
It's almost like it's got a bit stiller out there too. Max might just have a flick around the flag somewhere in case there's something we can see, but it's not as wind isn't as obvious as it was. When we talk about Max, everyone, we've got a cameraman that you see on about the halfway part, and he immediately hears what we're saying and he throws up a flag shot, so certainly not blustering out there.
Opting to play the forehand.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be disappointed with this either.
How's the weight?
Almost a perfect bowl.
Lovely
Great
effort.
try there from Katie Thomas. She concedes a single at least.
And now,
And one to go.
yeah. Because her bowl's sitting flat, if Millie wanted to play the forehand again, and she is only holding one, it would be easy enough to do that without any fear of giving the shot away.
Yep.
If Millie's holding two, maybe we'll see her play the backhand, or
Yeah, well, I think
I don't know. It
Backhand
depends.
looks
If you're
all right,
holding one, you want
Yeah.
two. If you're holding two, that's actually okay, and you can just play
Yeah.
something safe to get it to three.
yeah, backhand looks. Oh no, she's changed her mind. Okay, so she's been down, had a look, got a picture in her mind. What will happen? Don't try too hard. Is that what she's thinking? I think she wants another shot here.
She's right in the area here, John.
I was going to say she can't do much damage.
That is an outstanding
She
lawn
snuck
bowl.
through. Yes.
What a shot!
Wouldn't really have picked that result. And she eased away between the two. And now Katie is looking at, is it two? Is it three? We're going to do a measure. The players are going to measure by them for themselves.
Well, while we're waiting for the measure, John, let's watch a replay of that bowl. Look at this. This is just weighted to perfection. Safe because the bowl's sitting flat. Little wriggle,
Yep.
and in you go.
And I was watching Millie's face then. No expression at all. She just sometimes just pushes her glasses up with the middle finger, and that's about it. That one there. So that'll be 3. Is it? Let's see what our marker says. It is 3. So
3.
that was a superb shot. Suggests she was holding 2 anyway, but she made it safe for the 3rd. Beautiful shot. One of the shots of the day.
Really well played bowl. And a good way to start off the second set, having lost the first one. Tongan representative. And that the jack has gone into the ditch.
Seen a bit of that today. It's been a bit surprising, I think, isn't it? Although when I mentioned to someone about jacks being put into the ditch, and they said, "Oh, it's happening a fair bit." So we're just getting to grips.
We see Jean Ashby making a run for it in the background.
Someone's probably sent her a message saying, "We can see it, Jean."
She only retired from umpiring last year. She's a what's the one after octogenarian?
No, Generian
Nonagenarian.
in her 90s.
One of those anyway, and they threw a wonderful celebration for her. Bowls North Harbour did upon reaching her 90th year. Sharp as a tack, still regularly comes into the Bowls New Zealand office to discuss what's happening with the sport. One of our life members, and did a huge amount of work organising the umpires, the administrative side of events throughout the 80s, 70s, 80s and 90s.
So what we've had here, Alex, is in the first end of the first set, Millie Nathan scored a 3. So she's done that again at the first end of the second set. But she ended up losing that by 7-4, so she only scored one more shot in the first set.
So I suppose for Millie, she might be thinking, well, the first, we don't want history to repeat, so it's very important that Millie is to score end on end, isn't it? She'll be really focused on trying to score on this end, solidify that lead.
Updating the scores at the end of each round, so you can get all the first round scores. They're available now.
They are, and as much as we would love to be able to give a running tally of every game that is happening, we have 3 full greens of players from over 30 countries, and it's asking a bit much. I don't even know where we'd begin, John. So the place to look is the match centre, or if you're fortunate enough to have a spy in the midst here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, just ask them directly to go and find out for you how your preferred country is getting on. That bowl's that up on the rink. Katie Thomas, as you've spoken about, comes from a family of bowlers. Her sister Hannah Hunt played for Wales for over 8 years. Just agonisingly short there.
Has pushed Millie to the backhand. If her weight's okay, she'll be good here. Take that.
Yeah, good bowl. Holding 2. Nice weight. And worth investigation from Katie.
So you just see the activity also on this main green. the number 1 green. It's Norfolk Island playing Ireland on the next green along. It's Shea Wilson, we could just see from Norfolk Island in the background, and she's trailing the Irish representative. That's
Sarah Kelly.
Yeah, Sarah. Talked about her before. She's lost that first match. So a tough opponent in Shea Wilson from Norfolk Island.
You did well with your New Zealand accent there, John. I can tell you've had a career in radio because you differentiated between Ireland and Ireland.
Yeah.
Whereas us lazy Kiwis would call it Norfolk Island plain Island, and it just comes out exactly the same. Oh, well, she's made a decision here, Katie, on the forehand. Trying to draw around her bowl to the 2 metre mark, and this is very close. Look at this.
Top effort, not quite. Didn't finish as she'd like with her Euro Optimas. Didn't quite get her around there. And so she is down a couple. And this is looking quite daunting now for Katie Thomas. 2 it is. 2 red lollipops. And so after 2 ends, it's 5-0. Tonga leading Wales.
Look at that. A green in play. It's actually nice that it's overcast, I think, John. Otherwise you'd be melting a little bit here. How about I update the scoreboard?
We're playing the 3rd end of the 2nd set of this match between Millie Nathan of Tonga and Katie Thomas from Wales.
Very, very disappointed with that bowl, Millie Nathan.
Gee, yeah.
Good weight, but well underneath the line. I think just got away from her a little bit. You can see just that little shake of the head in the background thinking, ugh.
Oh, gosh. Really got to start forcing it here. Katie needs to get a couple here. Certainly can't afford to allow her opponent to capture this end. So Nathan doesn't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, that's a lovely correction there from Millie. See, the weight's exactly the same. It just took a much nicer green with that bowl.
Oh. Wanted to swear, but knew she was on TV. Looks across at her mother and father, and I think it's her partner there as well. And she's saying, "Oh hell! Oh look at it, yeah."
It's interesting. It would be intriguing to see how many of these players are falling short. Because I can understand how you double bluff yourself, John, and that's a beautiful bowl from Millie. These greens are running significantly quicker than any other grass green in the world. But if you know that, you'll be thinking, oh, make sure you don't push it too hard. Make sure you don't overplay it. And then we're seeing these short bowls because they're expecting the bowls just to run on.
Oh gosh.
Like Katie's just expecting the bowl to keep tracking because it's such a quick green. And just a bit of double bluffing going on there.
Well, we know she's good enough to put one right in on the jack next up to salvage this set, this end in particular.
Well, the set, you're right,
Yeah,
John. It's
yeah.
essentially the set two.
Yes, yeah.
Beautiful bowl from
That's 3,
Millie.
is it, Lucy?
Holding 3.
3, yeah, yeah. Oh, well. Big pressure bowl on. Staying on that hand. Her green's fine.
Huge bowl.
Tracking well from Katie. looking to snare the jack, and she might just do that. Oh, what a great bowl under
what a
pressure.
shot.
Brilliant bowl.
That is unbelievably good. Why would you worry about the first three when your fourth one can do that, John? Salvage the set, salvage the end.
She said, I don't know how I did it. Gee.
1-5.
Well, let's see what happens in this next end. We've seen so often. We saw it in that one where Millie had picked up a couple, and her first bowl was, 2 metres wide. And so we'll see what happens here with Katie Thomas breathing a sigh of relief, playing a perfect bowl, getting out of a dreadful situation.
And after this jack delivery, we will just watch a replay of that shot. I think it deserves a replay. Her first three bowls were poor, and that managed to just muster up the courage to absolutely nail the fourth one. Watch this.
Looking at her, what's her reaction? I like it, I like it. Stay, stay, yes, 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 good. Whew.
Great stuff. And the first bowl of this end. Working her way back in. Short.
Yeah.
Again, it's fascinating, John.
Yep. From the outset, it looked wide too, didn't it? But let's see what the correction's like. And what she failed in the last one was to make any correction until that last one. So, see what she does now. As her opponent from Tonga, Millie Nathan, opens with an encouraging bowl.
Correction time. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice correction there, John.
Pretty darn good.
We'll be pleased with that.
Two players playing opposite sides of the rink, both getting good results with their second bowls, but still Thomas of Wales holds the shot. Just remembering what she did. Just remember, I've got to be up here.
Has done so.
Yep.
That's lovely stuff.
Oh, this isn't badly pointed either, is it?
Well played.
Yep. Lifts her sunglasses so she gets an unblemished view of it.
I'm not sure who's holding there. I'd still instinctively say it's the blue bowl to the left, John.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
one at 9 o'clock looks like the shot.
We'll see what Wendy suggests.
Oh, I'd trust Wendy's eyes
Yeah.
any day.
Oh, she's going to do a measure.
That is,
Yeah.
that's weak.
Yeah. She'll have heard that. She will get a phone call
Wait, are you
and immediately to say, Alex Reid said you're
Are you
weak.
sure she heard it? Oh dear.
Yeah, well, that's
Fair
good.
enough.
I'm pleased you said that, though. It takes the heat off me.
Yeah, I'm in trouble now. I'm in the dog box. I wouldn't have picked it either. It must be
Ooh.
very close.
Yeah, I think so. Do you think that she believes she's got it? I wonder. No, I mean, that's no reason to put it out there.
regardless of who's holding.
Regardless, Millie can see I could get 3 here. She's got a shot to play.
Just looking back to make sure that her opponent has no more bowls to come. And then make her decision. Walk back to the mat.
I wonder if she'll go it. What do you reckon she'd go those 2?
It'd be tempting.
Yeah.
Like they just
But knowing her, the way she plays, she won't back down from a go at those 2 bowls. We're talking about the 2 blue bowls. If they were to disappear, and she'd get 2 and maybe stay for 3.
No, just playing just over the draw.
Oh, I think she's looking to sit them.
Willing it down.
Yeah.
Willing it down.
Oh, that was the
goodness.
weight to get inside those. Maybe sit. Does she have the shot though? She wants to measure.
It was perfect speed, wasn't it?
Yeah, I like that.
And borrowing Wendy's measures. Do you still have the same set of measures, John?
I do. I've still got a tape.
You still got the tape measure?
I haven't got a string one. I wish I should get a string one because I think they're better.
Some of them last for quite
blue,
some time.
Yeah.
So 1 blue.
Yes, indeed. So it was a tight measure, and it's now 5-2, and we're coming to the 5th end of the 2nd set. Remembering that Katie Thomas won that first set 7-4. It was all over the place, that set, with Nathan scoring on the first with a 3 and then only scoring once more. That was on the 5th end where she went to 4-3 ahead, but dropping a 3. They were 4 all playing the last, and Thomas got a 3. 7-4 Wales over Tonga in that first set, and now it's 5-2. If it remains like this, that is with the red card in front, then they'll go to a best of 3 in tiebreaker.
We'll be getting spoilt with tiebreakers potentially, John, because we had one in that first game. As the wind just blows a little.
Her weight coming this way last time would have been ideal for this length of jack. So she's
And
kept that in the computer.
Lovely bowl. Certainly staging a comeback in the set. Finishing strong was what you said she did in the first set as well, John. Millie falling short here.
And what's positive for Millie is that she can afford to drop a single.
Well, she's done the work, hasn't she,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get herself 3 shots clear.
And she can possibly afford to drop 2, which she's got now.
That's a pretty good bowl. It's about missing heavy with this one now, I think, John, if Millie can, at the minimum, make sure she's got a bowl past the head so she can then move the jack back to it. She'll be disappointed with that. It doesn't help anything.
No, that's a poor Millie bowl.
Trying to think
When it came out of her hand, you thought that's the line she needs. So it was, but now she's standing back and watching this 3rd bowl of her opponents. Oh gosh, Katie, big opportunity that was, but not a wasted bowl really, because that will be.
it's actually probably in the way from
Yeah,
Millie's
yeah.
end.
Although, as Millie needs to know, is to just get round that'll be good. Oh, good
Close,
home
Millie.
here. Yeah.
How's your weight? Well, you wouldn't believe it.
Wow. There for the next time.
That's a perfect bowl.
So Katie, what her plan is to beat that one of her opponent. That would make it 3. Going to come in from out that far out, so she'll be really annoyed with that. She knew what the story was. Come underneath that right-hand black bowl and sit on the 3rd shot. So Millie, ideally, is playing almost the same bowl, but just whipping the jack back slightly. That'll give her 2. She comes up to have a look. Can I get round that blue bowl and still get into the 2 shots that are keeping me out? There she goes. Doesn't come right up.
It's fair enough to come and have a look. I think
Yeah.
you just, one bowl less green,
Yeah.
same weight.
Yep.
You trail it back for 2 shots and you lead by 7 shots to 2 as you enter the 6th end. If she misses that, suddenly you're only 1 up with 2 to go. On the forehand.
What does she think? She's watching that
She's
closely.
very close here. It's going to hold, John.
Yeah.
Added a bit of weight, I think. You can do that sometimes when you're trying to get around a bowl. It's going to be 2 to Wales, so the score now 4-5 as we enter the 6th end, the penultimate end in this set. And the comeback well and truly on for Wales.
Building up to an exciting finish here. Katie Thomas won the first set 7-4. She is trailing by 1, but she was trailing by 5. It was 5-0 after 2 ends to Tonga's Millie Nathan. But Thomas has scored on the last 3 ends. Single, single, 2, 5-4.
Getting ready to play a bowl. On the forehand. How's the weight?
Yeah, that's not far off the green, but it's interesting, isn't it? She was punched it out wide there a couple of times and found that her weight has let her down. Nathan using different bowls. She's using an SRVs, or GTRs. And similar sort of nervous, scratchy start to this 6th end.
I suppose it's a very important end in the context of the game, isn't it? It's understandable.
That's a better line for her. Better weight for her. Better bowl.
Lovely bowl. Good shot.
Both players just tightening their line up a wee bit. This might be a bit tight for Millie.
Interesting. It just feels like the momentum's totally switched around in this set.
That's probably the back bowl there.
On the forehand. Oh, I think she's pinched it again, John.
Pinched everything.
Goodness. just failing a little bit. Still got a bowl to go.
Katie Thomas has got the back covered, if that was her intention. She's got the shot. That's more like her line. More like her weight too. Is it going to get up to the grab second shot? Probably.
Well, it's
Yeah.
enough. I mean, she's
Yeah.
holding 2 at the
Yes,
moment. She'll be
indeed.
6-5 up last end if Millie can't draw the shot, John.
Millie's 3 bowls are all over the place, so she's shown before that she can produce an outstanding bowl under pressure. So this is her 4th final bowl on this. She doesn't like that. She's not at all happy. And so it's a couple of shots here. The lead changes, having been up by 5-0. Now Millie Nathan finds herself trailing by 5-6.
And it is the final end of this set. So Millie's going to need to score 2 on this set or the game is over. She can score 2. We'll go to a 3-end tie break.
At least they've both got time to have a laugh.
Oh, it is interesting. This high level bowls, usually the sportsmanship is right up there, isn't it?
Yeah. Send it down almost to the 2-metre mark, and the main reason for that is so that they don't have to kick their bowls back too far if this is the end of the game. Right, let's see if the lesson has been learned. Short coming this way last time, or 2 ends ago. Not quite learned getting the lesson right. Wide and short here. Family over to the right there. Mother Andrea and Father Glyn. Well, she's just opened the door a little bit. Gosh, I bet she's kicking herself. I'm taking the lead now. Fought back from 5-0. I'm up. And Nathan doesn't take the opportunity either.
Just gone off the boil here. This match sort of at a simmer. So these next 3 bowls need to be effective from Millie. Needs to score 2 on this end.
There's
Good
one
bowl.
of them. Brought her green and dramatically. It might just work for her here too. She might just sit that bowl out.
Oh, lovely bowl. Good shot. Well, it's looking for all the world, John, that Katie may be able to hold on here. How's the 2-metre mark look? There wouldn't be a 2
It's a
there
guess,
for
isn't it?
Millie.
This might be her best bowl. Just getting past her own shot. Yep, that's in a good position there.
That's a very good
Yep.
bowl.
So that's the 2 metre bowl if everything goes. So not much there for Millie.
I think it's possible to chip the shot bowl off,
Yep.
and I think that's it. Nice to see sharing a laugh there with Wendy. So if we look at the head, and say the jack doesn't move, and that shot bowl was gone, Millie would have 2, wouldn't she?
I think so. Yep. I think those 2 black ones beat that last one of Katie's. So looking to get an edge of the shot bowl, leave the jack there
Colin Williams.
from Wales. Supporting the men and supporting the team in red. Either Tonga or Wales. Right, here we go, Millie. Big shot for you. She certainly has shown she's an accurate driver. She's going to have to play with some weight here. She cut it fine. Let's have a look at its trajectory. It's not bad.
Needs to chip it off. She's got it.
Wow. Stunning shot.
Tell me that's a 2. If that's a 2, that is the best bowl we've seen in like the last couple of weeks. Did you see that, John?
I saw that. Well, we'd talked, hadn't we, about her only option really is to get an edge of the shot bowl and leave the jack there, and that's what she's done. So now it's a matter of measuring to see whether she got 2 to win the set and force this into a tiebreaker.
That's such a good bowl.
Yeah.
It's such a good bowl.
Katie acknowledges it.
Absolutely beautiful bowl.
That's enough.
right.
Yeah, they're tossing.
Okay, that means
Yep.
we can watch that again, John, and it deserves
Yes.
to be watched again. Look at this replay. Look at this. You could see a 16th of the bowl to chip it off. Got it clean as a whistle. 2 shots.
That brought a smile from Wendy Sutty, the marker. A smile from Millie Nathan, of course. And I think a smile too from Katie Thomas, who recognised that that was a superb bowl when required. So we've got a set each now. 7-6 that score. So Nathan winning that 7-6. Now we go to the first of potentially 3 ends of this tiebreaker.
Good first bowl. That was such an this is outstanding, John.
That was really good. That was a top shot.
Well, it was a game that had, like we said, it had gone off the boil. We were down to a simmer. Both Katie and Millie were struggling a little bit just for some consistency. And then to pull that out of the hat to force this 3-end tie break. What a player.
We'll possibly see the best end of the day now. That was pretty good,
Oh,
but those
unbelievable.
bowls all over the place.
How's this one, John?
I quite like that line. Not the weight though.
Lovely effort.
Gee, when you're standing down there watching the last bowl played, and you've just played 2 that you've got the shot and the set's yours, and therefore the match, and you're thinking, well, if this person can take that out without moving the jack, I'll be amazed.
Right.
And standing there watching it, and you are amazed.
The shot was on.
Yeah, yes.
But you could play that 100 times.
Yeah.
And realistically, maybe get it 3.
Yep.
That's such a good bowl. Under all sorts of pressure as well, John. It's not like it was I'll chip the bowl off and it's end 2 or 3 of a set.
No. And
It
now
was
she
to
comes
force
in
a
with
tie-break.
we straighten out there, didn't quite turn underneath her own bowl, so it looks as though it's still a blue bowl holding shot there. So this is the first of our extra ends, our tiebreaker.
We'll see a switch to the backhand.
Our next game, which will be live here, features England and Thailand. It's the first of our men's matches.
Lewis King
Yep.
is the English representative, and
Watana from Thailand.
thank you. Be some ungodly hour of the morning for the UK, but you know, bowls is a good sport to watch if you've got insomnia.
Yes.
Sometimes it helps you.
Change of hand and it just doesn't quite work. So 4 bowls have gone down from Tonga. The shot bowl has been indicated there by the marker, so it is definitely Wales holding shot and looking to score 2. It's a long way out there, but if it waits okay, it might just come through. No. So, the Jack didn't feel frightened at all, but it is 1 shot there to Katie Thomas.
And we'll move to end 2 of this 3-end tie break.
When Tonga played Ireland in the first round, the players agreed that Tonga had Millie had a few lucky shots, you know, but there's no luck in that. That was just a superb shot to take off the shot bowl. Oh, no need to measure that one.
Bit of pressure there. I think showing through. So Millie gets to deliver the jack, and I would think that she will deliver a long jack.
So those lines either side of the 2 metre mark are just an indication of where we don't want the players to stand outside that, just so that they're not backing into the camera, just so that you who are watching don't just see someone's back at a crucial time in a game. Has she remembered that you need to give it plenty coming? No, she hasn't. Look, gosh, that's...
Don't even have to watch the end of that
no,
bowl.
No.
Just the absolute frustration. It's such a strange feeling as a bowler when that's happening and you're letting it go well. Which I think what's happening with Katie is she's letting go of the bowl and it feels good.
Yep.
And you go, cool, that'll be close.
Yep.
And you watch the bowl and then it stops.
Yep. Stop.
How am I supposed to correct if
Yeah.
it's feeling nice out of the hand? Your brain, it can just play tricks on you sometimes. It's one of those target sports bowls, and if you're not
Yes.
quite keyed in to the green,
It's going to change.
on the forehand.
Oh, and that was a good line too.
Short again.
Yeah. This situation with when you're bowling as Katie is, the last thing that goes through your mind is weight, isn't it? The last thing, you've got your line, so I know it's foreign to me, but I've got to get it up. No, a bit more than that, Katie, I think. Yeah.
We saw it.
Just asking how far short she was. Got a good line coming in this direction. She's playing that forehand comfortably. Yeah, good idea. Go down and have a look. She'll be thinking to herself, I feel as I'm running at it now. And that's almost a run weight.
There we go.
That'd be a drive weight where she comes from. So, really frustrating.
It is. It's just your subconscious plays tricks with you a little bit, and if it's coming out nice and the weight's not there, it can be Yeah.
And also, she tried to throw the jack short and was too short, so she's given up that advantage.
Meanwhile,
Millie gets a second.
it's a nice bowl. Holding 2. Last chance this end to draw the shot for Katie Thomas.
On any given day, she would finish centimetres away from it, or even touch the jack. She's such a classy player. She's won a lot. She's a 25-year-old who started bowling when she was about 13, and she's won, or 10, and she's won numerous national titles, and has one of the most, I can't say promising because she's been promising for a while. She's one of their leading lights. Here she goes, just getting that information in and computing. Line looks good. Weight looks good.
Very close here.
Oh, again.
Going to drop a 3. That's what she'll
yeah,
be thinking. She's thinking, I'm going to drop a 3 this end. Millie just asking, what's the situation, please? Needs to make a bonus happen. Go 2 up last end. I don't think she's done it, John.
No.
That is,
Yeah, look at it.
she'll
knows
be
it.
absolutely gutted.
2-1 going into the last.
What happens if we're drawn
You toss a coin.
again, and then it's one end?
Yeah,
Yeah. What happens if that's drawn?
toss a coin.
And if that's drawn?
Toss a coin.
I'm beginning to get the hang of this. This is good. So 2-1. We're on maybe the final end of this 3-end tie break.
I'm desperately looking at the conditions of play here.
Oh,
Just to make sure we're right that it is a toss of the coin. Well, the conditions of play aren't in the books.
you may be looking for some time.
Yeah. It's a nice program, I must say. And nice caps that they've developed for this, for the players to get, and I think others to buy.
Yeah, so that's
Wow.
that's a really good point, John. If you are interested in purchasing some World Bowls merch and you're in the North Harbour region, pop down to Browns Bay. Not only can you watch bowls as we've discussed for free, full stop,
And
also get for some money, food and drink. There's merch available. They've got caps and bowls, cloths, etc., being sold here at Browns Bay in conjunction with the World Champs.
most of the other games in the second round have finished. They started a bit earlier. This one started for us, of course. Television's so important. It starts when we want it to.
Or more when we said it would.
Yeah.
On the forehand.
Better? Or
I think
still
it's
heavy?
I think it's good.
Yep, all right. The shot. Yep, that's it. So the shot there from Thomas. Players have got 2 each to go. So if it stayed like this, we'd have a toss of the coin for a...
I sort of want it to happen just to see.
Yeah,
you
just
know.
to see if someone's got a coin.
Wendy would know the rules. Probably wrote the rules. But we might not see it because look at this here from Millie. That's outstanding. She's just drawn essentially a side toucher. Lovely shot. We may never find out, John.
I think that Katie Thomas has been very much encouraged by that last bowl of hers. That was a Butte weight. She wasn't far off the line. She'll be reaching for that shot bowl. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets in and nails that.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Flick it back to herself. Oh, gee.
What a
Right.
mighty effort that
She's
was.
on target. So now Millie thinks, where will it go? I maybe just change my hand and put one over to the right-hand side here.
I think you cover the back here.
Yeah.
So it's about playing the backhand side, which is to the right as we see it. Cover where the jack could be. Millie just stating that, I think, in a conversation with her coach. Millie on the backhand, looking to cover. Go deep.
No, Millie, she'll probably just draw another one. Not intentionally. Oh, she hasn't gone very deep. There's an opportunity here for Katie
You can see
Thomas.
that's framed so nicely, John. You've
Yeah.
got those 3 bowls at the back. It's not a bowl for the drawn set. It's a bowl for the win here that Katie
Yep.
has.
And she was desperately close on her previous attempt. She's got the winning of this match in her hand now. There it is, that last bowl. Just looking to sit the jack or the shot. We're tracking it nicely. Is it going to find the
Has she
home
done
it
it?
wants? It is.
Oh!
Oh, gee, fraction out. And so the end is in the hands of Millie. And it's only the one, is it?
No, I think
No,
it's
it's not.
2. We
it
see
must
it.
be a 2. That moving the jack, did that do it?
Yes, and that's it. It's over. Congratulations to Millie Nathan, who, what are they doing? Yep, cool, we're done.
Shaking hands. Wow, there we go. So another tiebreaker, and it is Millie Nathan who wins that tiebreaker by 4-1, and a second win for Nathan in the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles 2024 being played at Browns Bay. We're back with a third match of the day, and it's a men's match, and it will feature the English representative and the representative from Thailand. Back soon.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles, broadcasting live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid, and I'm joined in commentary for this match, the third match that we've broadcast today, by John Macbeth. John, can you talk us through what are we going to see?
Well, it's the first of the men in action that we've seen. We've had two women's games featuring New Zealand, Australia and Wales, Tonga. And now we have Lewis King from England, from Kent in England, who has won their national title and therefore represents England on this international stage. And up against him will be the Thai representative, Watana from Thailand, who is a 37-year-old. He's been in the team for Thai team for about 7 years, and that's about as long as he's been playing bowls, in fact. So we'll watch and see the sort of impact he makes today. So England against Thailand. It's round 3 of the World Bowls Champion of Champions singles here at the Browns Bay Club. Conditions haven't changed much at all. It's got no hotter, but there's no sign of any rain, and in fact maybe the wind has dropped a little bit, but I don't think the players have been even commenting about the breeze.
No, it's been lovely weather, really, John. Overcast, I would say. Overcast with a light breeze on 17-second greens and Browns Bay.
Yep.
That's pretty good. And you can see there's the breeze in the flags, the Browns Bay Bowling Club flag at the top of the flagpole, and the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa and the World Bowls flags underneath.
Sounds a bit strange when I say I recognise those legs, but the that's what I do. The marker is a member of my club, the club I belong to in Kapiti region, Steve Sargent. Oh, I think it is. I hope I've got that right. Boy.
Well, if it's not, he's got a doppelganger on the legs.
Yes, that's true.
This is a nice bowl here. Yeah, it's really well played there from Lewis King.
So he has the light blue bowls with the red stickers on. Watana plays with SGs. He's got plenty of blue in his as well. Almost his national colour, I think, when you look at his shirt.
It looks like it matches it.
Yeah. It's a good line here too.
That's great stuff. Oh, just a smidgen wide.
I think we've seen more marking of the bowls than we've seen in the previous two games.
Yeah,
it's
good
not
start.
quite right, but it's been a bit difficult out there. The players have struggled to adapt initially.
So Lewis King has played one match so far. He played at 9 o'clock this morning, defeated Singapore 2-0.
Okay, so that was a good start for him then.
And has then had a bit of a break, and Watana, the Thai competitor, has lost his game. He was defeated by the Indian representative
Oh, okay.
in a tie break. They won 1 set each. Went to that 3 in tie break and lost on a tie break. So Lewis has won his first game. This man here lost his first one. They play a number of games. I think it's something like 7 games each, because the sections are very large and they're playing for 4 days of section play. So it probably works out, John, that you'd be unlucky not to qualify if you won, say, 5 out of your 7 games.
Yeah. So Stephanie Branfield is the female representative for England. She won her first match today, had a bye first round. Her father Pip was here, been here quite a few times over the years. Stephanie's been here before as well, but at the moment though we're watching Lewis King and Watana, who marches back now. Quite a very competent bowler, Watana, and an army man. So represented Thailand in the Champion of Champions previously.
on the forehand here. Very smooth delivery. Yeah, how much is it going to break back from there, John? That's the question.
Well, he was not a mile away with his first, was he? And he's almost an identical bowl.
What an exceptional effort that was.
Two it is. So Lewis King starts this match with a 2. It's 7 sets, 7 ends for each set.
So in Thailand it is currently 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, good.
And in England it is 12:56 a.m. So hello to anyone tuning in from either of those places to support your country. Nice to have you on board here at the Bowls New Zealand coverage on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. Here for 4 more days, concluding of course with that finals day on, what day is it today, John? Tuesday, so it must be Saturday must be the finals day.
It is indeed. Very intense watching this come down to a reasonable home. Is it going to run it out? Look at that pretty good weight. Just needed a slight alteration to his green. So England representatives have won this twice. Mark Walton in Christchurch in 2005, and then Sam Tolchard at Nainai in the Hutt Valley in New Zealand. Sam Tolchard won it in 2022.
I'll never forget the bowl Sam played to win that, and the raw emotion.
Yep.
The Nainai Bowling Club. Would expect to see Lewis play his forehand here, which is to the left of your screen.
Might see his opponent playing the same shot. Well, no, wanting it to be a different result, but certainly playing the same hand to try and dislodge the shot. While the flags up high are probably moving around quite a bit. You see that flag over by the gate, which should be shut, of course, but isn't. It's a welcoming gate. You just see how that flag changes all the time. You know, full out there for a moment, and now when we go to it close up, it's absolutely hanging, just drooping.
Tana just looking to add to this head after that lovely first shot. Oh, he's got the right line, but he's fallen short here. And it's a poor bowl, but it will be in the eye of Lewis. It's funny how it can change the way it feels to play a bowl, isn't it, John? Just having a bowl in the middle of the rink.
Well, you just wonder about whether Watana had played that deliberately short. I wouldn't have thought so. Better position if he was going to play any defensively at all was to be just in front of this back bowl here we can see of King's.
And you can see just how short it was. I don't think I would be shocked if it was on purpose.
Yeah.
But it does serve to just be in the eye of Lewis. It's slightly to the left of the screen as we see it. So if Lewis was thinking, I could go the bowl on the jack, and I don't know how aggressive Lewis is, but often we find our Northern Hemisphere friends are quite aggressive. If he was thinking about attacking that, he may not be considering that action anymore, John, because he's blocked. Just be over the draw perhaps to that bowl that sits at 5 o'clock.
So one bowl on the green that we can't see. Is it a bit further back? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6, 7. Here we go.
Is he going to attack this on the back end? He is. Fair effort.
Yeah.
If he'd got it square, would have killed. Big chance of a follow through. See there at the back of the head how it sits. I think that tells us what sort of player we're going to have in this match, John.
I don't think he's going to hesitate, is he?
No, it's good.
And early in a match when you're only one down, see how it comes out of the hand. Didn't bother to straighten the mat afterwards. He moved that round quite a bit. So now Watana with one already, if he can beat that right hand bowl, and he could end up with 3, but he's not going to play that hand. He's going to play the forehand and just drag one in. Is he happy with that or not? Or is it going to hang out there? Tracking well.
He's close.
No. Oh.
Oh, he may have made it, you know. One conceded.
That's quick agreement too, isn't it? You know, they trust each other. Watana had been down and had a look. He knew what the situation was. His bowl wasn't good enough to add to his tally, so it's a single to him.
Oh, it was 2 held up by Steve Sargent,
was
I
it?
believe.
Okay.
Yeah, so it should be 2 apiece.
2 apiece it is. Good.
And we're on the third end of 7. Short and sharp games here at the World Champion of Champions Singles, taking place over 2 sets of 7 ends with a 3-end tiebreak if required. And we've seen just the one 3-end tiebreak, haven't we? We thought we were going to go... No, both. We've seen both because Millie played that incredible bowl. So the 2 games we've had on broadcast have gone the full distance. Let's see if this can be added to the bunch for 3 out of 3. And this bowl is flying. Stayed up. Just.
There's a fair bit of grimacing going on, isn't it, today? I've seen that. Look at this. Both of them overshooting by quite some considerable margin. In fact, there we see the marker go in and pick that last one up out of the ditch.
It'll be interesting. I know Lewis plays what they call indoor bowls in the UK, which for our viewers is they play on a carpet green under cover pretty much. It's essentially what we'd call a covered facility. And the indoor bowls they play in the UK, the greens run quite quickly. If anyone's ever seen the Potters World Indoor Championships, that's about the speed. So it's not like Lewis won't be used to quick greens, but he'll certainly... It must be a bizarre feeling to be outside on a grass green and have it running 16, 17 seconds, John.
It takes a fair bit of adapting, no doubt about that.
Well, if you've played for 20 years, every instinct
Yeah.
that you've got is saying you're outside on a grass green, you have to push it. And that's not necessarily the case here in New Zealand.
And then by the second or third bowls, the message has got there. So they bowl like this, and then they go to another new end and go through this whole same discipline again, isn't it? Just reminding yourself.
How's this for a correction? Oh dear. Woo, woo. Just, they have got nice, I've been impressed, John, with the ditch, immediate vicinity of the ditches here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
They are.
There's no runoff.
No, they're holding quite nicely, or remaining true. Watana, knowing that King might take his frustration out, by having a lick at the jack, and I think has he got one ball at the back? Comes in for two. Now, where's the nearest bowl of kings?
They're all at the back.
Yeah.
This could be interesting.
Yeah. So 2 down at the moment, probably, although looking at the shot we have, it's could be 3.
Just on the draw, trying to cut it down here. Welling it back in. Second shot's good. Good fishing. Needs it to sit down. May have been enough there. No, it's not. 2 there indicated. And a 4-2 lead to Watana. And we're on the 4th end.
As this game goes on, we'll just watch how these two players adapt. It looks like Watana has he's adapting quite quickly. His first bowl wasn't great, but his second one he adapted and made the changes. King was quite wayward with his opening 3. Managed to save the situation a little bit. Also see which hand they prefer, if at all. That looks a really good track coming in now from the Thai bowler. Don't need to be far off line on this hand to see it hang. That's what we saw this morning. That line's all right. Perfect, in fact, perfect line.
Rinse and repeat situation. That's a nice bowl, John. Yeah, really well played.
Yes, correction was very good. He's had them coming back from out there, and this one does as well. But he was looking to take weight off.
Mm.
Now it gets doubt in the player's mind, doesn't it? Well, that felt as though it was ideal, but it wasn't. What am I doing? As he looks very pensive over there by the scoreboard, and now watches.
Where'd it go?
I think it's gone in behind, quite away, but
Lost that
quite
one
wide.
a little. Yeah.
Like this, he's going to get that shot bowl and settle for 2, and he does. Perfect judgment, lovely weight. So they're trading blows, these two. This is Lewis King and Watana, England and Thailand.
What was that? Sorry, John.
2. I'm pretty sure I didn't see
2.
Yeah.
Oh, great bowl.
Yeah.
Just having some challenges.
But for viewers who aren't aware, Alex not only talks about bowls, but he's also doing all sorts of other things, such as the scoreboard tick, making sure our microphones are up, the cutting pictures for you to see. He's on the computer as well, getting information, answering questions on the computer.
Well, it is
So,
it's a bit stressful when you press the button and nothing happens, John.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And to be honest, I can't do anything to help him with that. I just talk.
Here we go, Lewis on the back end.
I think we think that both of them now will settle on this hand. Having said that, they played the forehand last time and played it quite well, particularly Watana. They've both decided this is the way to go. Though, of course, if he'd played that forehand, he risked knocking up the opponent's bowl. But this just seems to be a little bit easier to play on this hand.
Maybe a little bit more forgiving, I think, John.
Yeah.
So we see Lewis on the back end. Stalking after this one. Excuse
An
me.
indication that he quite likes that. Still, as Watana stands on the mat, he has a view of a lovely shot that's available for him. Just coming under that last bowl of his opponent, as he's going to do here. Or is he? Oh, no. Gosh, but it falls in nicely for him.
Great effort.
Yeah. That's quite close there, I think. He's saying that the bowl to the left, as we view it now, is the shot. So 1 to Lewis King. The scores are level at 4 all.
Just asking how short the shot bowl is, to which the answer is 1 foot. Lewis on the forehand. That wouldn't be a bit of drizzle, would it, that we're seeing?
I was looking out through the window here, and just
Goodness.
looks a bit dodgy, but not bad.
I think it is just a very light, misty rain here at Browns Bay. It's just as damp as it ever gets in Auckland, John.
Right, here he goes, looking ever so fine correction here. Oh, a bit more weight this time, is it? No.
Needs it to hold. Oh,
Oof,
lovely,
just weight killed it.
lovely effort. And Lewis King still holding on to the shot. What would you do here, John? We think Lewis is holding 1.
Who's got the last bowl? His opponent's got the last bowl. Or has he played his last? He's got one to go. Yeah, so he's taking some time over it. So I probably can't help him. But you know what? Sometimes you think that bowl that's going to come in playing that awkward hand that they haven't played this in forehand, and just bring it in inside the second shot. So sort of almost that awkward one of cutting across and landing just to the right of the jack there.
Yeah. I think instinctively that'll be what Lewis is looking at,
Yeah.
to play the forehand side, which is, as you say, to the left of the screen. Beautiful delivery. And
Yes.
essentially,
So he's pinched his green, so that looks like what he's trying to do is to bring it down just in front of the jack and settle on to that second shot, and that would be enough to give him 3
underplayed
perhaps,
that one.
or just ping off and settle for 2. So this man has played some good bowls this end. Doesn't look like it there. He's got second shot, but he does have the opportunity of grabbing this with a perfect weighted bowl.
I think it's reasonably safe, John, to play
With weight?
with weight just to the ditch
Yeah.
on the backhand side, which is to the right as you see it. Enough weight that you couldn't accidentally chip something out. He's going to be on the forehand. He might be very quick. Watch this.
He might just hit that shot bowl. Oh no. Oh, his own. Oh. Not the result he was looking for.
Yeah.
Might still be 2, or is it 1?
That's why I thought he might play the backhand instead of the
I thought so,
forehand.
yeah. How many lollipops has Steve got? One. One it was. Only one. Could have been worse. But it is the lead now for Lewis King after 5 ends. He leads in this tight match by 5-4. We're talking about how long these games are taking. They're not very long. You get 2 sets of 7 ends in, and maybe a 3-end tiebreaker, and you're only looking at about an hour and a half, aren't you?
Yeah, they're zipping right through them.
Yeah.
The players have ample opportunity to mix and mingle and enjoy the wonderful facilities here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. There are 2 pool tables, a snooker table, a bar, lovely kitchen, a dart board that Max, our cameraman, didn't damage through not hitting it that often.
I see. Were you giving him some lessons?
Oh, I tried.
Alex is a very handy dart player.
He did improve rapidly. I was impressed with the end result. Look at this from Lewis. No, that's a good start, hey? You feel better about that as your first bowl when you're just nice a little bit past the jack and in line.
Oh, okay. I will try this hand again, see what it does. That awful feeling of walking backwards and standing on a bowl and wondering if your ankle's going to survive. Tight line here from King.
Look at this. Square and back. Oh, that's a nice shot. It's goodness, it's sprung a long way, hasn't it? I
Yeah.
thought it was going to get bogged on one of the bowls, that jack, but it's just sprung out to the side. So well played, but he'll be a little bit disappointed with how much space there is now, I think. John. As we look here, the jack sprung quite a way over to the right as we see it.
Also, be disappointed that it took the jack way back to somewhere in the vicinity of his opponent's very loose opening bowl.
Yeah, it is a head scratcher, isn't it?
Yeah.
Last ball, 1 yard.
Always felt that imperial measurements is the official,
that's right.
the official standard for bowls.
Yep.
Here we go on the back end.
Gee, that really takes you out into territory that they haven't ventured into before.
Yeah, that's one of the things about the greens in New Zealand, and I presume it's the same actually with any natural surface, is that when your bowl goes into a bit of the track that it hasn't played on, it sort of goes into like a slow patch pretty much.
Oh, he's going to hit the sign.
No, it's never close to the sign, John.
Well, if that comes in from out there, he's played a pretty good bowl. If it comes into our view, it'll be the shot. It hasn't quite come into our view.
No, I can't see it on any of the cameras. We've
Okay.
got 7 of them.
Change your hand. Play the forehand.
What a haircut in the background.
Yeah. I don't think it is.
That's incredible. So decisions here, really.
Yep.
You're holding 2. I think it's just a correction, isn't it, on your previous bowl for Lewis. Okay, he's going to drive it out for a number. Oh, he's getting rid of the bowl.
Ooh.
So what that means is that, apologies to the viewers.
There we are. There's that bowl we couldn't see.
Yeah, so that last minute of commentary was a bit nonsensical. So he's holding the shot.
Watson are holding the shot? Yep, must be, if
Must
the way
be.
Lewis King had a drive at that. So he'll probably just miss the sign this time. Yes, so slightly finer line, eh? You could tell that. Now he'll just sit on his own shot and get 2. there we go. Look at that.
Oh.
Oh, he gets 1 and 1. So 1 becomes 1. And it is Watana, who on the 6th end has scored a single.
Maybe
Or is
not.
it?
He may have
Maybe
rolled his
moved
own
it
ball out here.
Yeah.
God, that'd be absolutely gutting for Watana, he drew the shot taking the maximum amount of green with his first ball. So much green that we thought it was out of bounds, to be honest. You know, you couldn't see it on any of the cameras from our commentary booth. And now appears as though he may have rolled his shot bowl out of contention. Not ideal for the Thailand representative. So this is the English bowl here. I think it's one.
Easy.
It's one to Lewis King.
Yeah, and is he going for 2?
It could be 2. What a turnaround! Friendly fire, John.
Yeah. Two.
Wow. Well, that's a bit ridiculous, really.
It's the way of bowls, isn't it? So he's scored 5 in the last 3 ends and now leads by 7-4 going into the last end of this first set. It's a third round of men's play, England against Thailand. 5-4 it was playing the last. Watana appeared to have the shot, knew he had the shot, and then trying to make it 2. It worked against him, and in fact he went down 2. So 7-4.
We should be 5. We should be 5 each last in, and instead the English representatives leading by 3. John. Bamboozling.
Yes.
How's the weight on the jack? So yeah, nice long jack. Often we see that when you don't want to drop a big number because there's not that much space between the jack on the 2 metre mark and the ditch to build a good head. So ordinarily your 3s and 4s aren't going to happen with the long ends.
Very good throw too by Lewis King. Marker didn't need to do much straightening. Intention maybe to just push that jack even further back with his first bowl, but he's in the ditch.
He went on to autopilot's what happened there, John. And yeah, just lose focus for a few seconds and the bowl disappears.
Oh, instead he's got it. Whoa, very close. Has that stayed on?
Yes, that up on the paddock.
Yep. Needs to take a bit of pace off. I don't know if he's taken enough, has he? Right down into the ditch again.
Goodness.
Well, if you've only got 2 on there, you're putting pressure on yourself, and Watana needs now to put one very close, and then a second, and then a third. Oh, has he got the weight? Has he got the weight? Not happy. Gee.
This is yeah, I've got nothing.
No.
I don't know what to say, John.
Watch this and know what's going through their heads and know why this is happening, because you've played the game.
Look at it go. Well, it stopped.
So these club players here watching and saying, huh, these are the world's best.
Here we go. That's a lovely bowl. Yeah, good shot. It needs to find a 3 though, so you're still, if you're Lewis King, despite the fact that you've had quite a forgettable end of bowls, He'll
He
be
certainly
feeling
needs
okay.
to keep this one on the green, doesn't he?
Well. Woo. Woo. That's unbelievable.
Oh,
Well, just get rid of the bowl then. You know, you drive Lewis's bowl off,
yep.
you get 3. You can see it there on that nice wide shot. And Lewis, I think, is just going, not entirely sure what's happened here.
He's spewing, basically, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's
you
looking
know.
at the traffic, but not looking at the traffic.
Well, these players know how good they are.
Yeah.
And they're better than this.
And we probably won't even see him turn around until that ball has been delivered.
He's trying to drive the bowl off.
Yep.
Look at this. He's close here.
Oh, my word.
Great
Very
try.
unlucky. Good try by Watana, but it's not enough. And so it is Lewis King of England who scores a single on that 7th end and takes the match. No, sorry, concedes a single, and it's 7-5.
5-7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable. It was just bizarre. Bizarre game. Pressure does funny things, John.
Yep. All his mates at Leamington and in Kent will be sitting around either watching it live or hearing about it or watching it later and saying, "Hey mate, what happened there?"
And he'll go, I played on a 17-second
yeah,
waterweed
yeah,
green.
yeah. You come over and
You
try.
try.
it. Yeah.
Oh, it is quite different. Yeah, in England, a lot of the greens are still council managed, I believe, and they literally play on grass, don't they? Is that right? I think it's literally grass. Whereas in New Zealand, we had grass for a while, but it all used to die and go brown. So we had super quick dead greens, and then there was a movement towards the water weeds, the Cotula, Maniatoto situation.
and that there, which have worked really well.
If you think we have fast greens now, you should have tried playing in New Zealand 30 or 40 years ago. And it became like a clay court, didn't it, John? Because the grass would die pretty quickly.
Yes.
And it was all compacted down.
That's right.
And that was the green.
Yep. And then we wondered why we couldn't play overseas.
Yeah. 22-second green, which is not an exaggeration. Anyway, back to the bowls.
I see what you mean about that here now. Up the back, that's likely to
So-
be... Remember the TV program called The Flying Nun?
Yes. Oh, I know of the TV program.
Yeah. That
Make
was sort
oh,
of
the
the,
bowl.
not saying the veil, what do they call that, but the head dress of the
Yeah.
nun, sort of, the wind picked up and took her away.
Habit.
It's a bit...
Is it a habit?
I don't think the
What do they
top
wear?
part of it was the
Oh,
habit, but the habit was certainly
I don't know.
the body part,
Yeah.
yeah.
Someone will know. Quite a magnificent haircut, regardless, at
Yeah.
the Browns Bay Bowling Club. Be like we can use them as our wind vane instead of the flags. As Lewis looks to stack it up.
Yep. Yeah, that wind, but you see down in that corner the flag is sort of limp. As soon as I say that, it starts. So they're contending with a non-consistent wind.
There is just
Not too bad.
it is beginning to get a little bit damp here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. I think we'll see the rain jackets go on the cameras soon. That's good weight, John, but underneath the line.
A pretty ordinary end here from Watana, having played so well on the first set. Playing some good bowls there. He's just all at sea, and it's that particular hand which they're all persevering with at the moment.
The green, for those wondering, every day will be the direction of play will be switched to keep the wear even. So tomorrow the play will be from the right to the left as you see it, and the day after it will be back in this direction. In theory, it'll mean the green gets slightly quicker as we progress, and it should almost improve the playing surface, I think, John, because you're just getting play going both ways. Beautiful greens have always been here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. Lovely effort. Great try, but not to be. So Lewis there picking up the shot on the first end of the second set, leading now 1-0.
Watana goes over for a drink to reassess what went wrong there. You know, his last bowl was pretty good. If you start with that bowl and then build on that, you're looking for a good end. But sadly, the other three were well away, and Kings weren't much better. So we're going long again. So I wonder what you would just see now, because remember that coming this way at the last time, this was the last end of the first set.
Thundering into the ditch, the bowls.
Twice into the ditch, and one within 3 feet was the shot. Certainly not into the ditch this time.
But still struggling. You wonder if maybe the forehand's the go coming in this direction if you're struggling on the backhand.
This is good.
Yeah, that's a lovely bowl. Really well played. And Breen Lewis won his first game. Martina lost his first game early on in the tournament, but slightly different. There'll be slightly different emotions going on. We think out of the 7 or 8 games the players have played, you could afford to lose 1 or 2, John.
Yep.
And likely
2
in
at the
this
most,
format.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks to pinch that again. Look at the exasperation on his face. All of a sudden it doesn't become a simple game. You've got to make adjustments, and this is where, if he'll feel it, Watana will be thinking, okay, I can make the most of this. He's off his game, he's looking stressed, he's making those noises like, oh, and looking at the wind and looking for something to blame. I need to capitalize on it. So he'll be disappointed with that. But at least it's past the jack.
Looks on the tight side to me.
Again, yes.
Holding on.
Oh, you see,
Goodness.
so he'll be bemused with that too, because it did look to be about the same green as his last. So it stayed there. So Watana now, chance to make it 2. Each with a bowl left after this one. Oh, well.
Here it goes.
Yeah,
Diving across the head.
and lucky really didn't punch up the opposition, so
Waste of
it's a
good
real
weight.
mix. Yeah, real mix here, isn't it?
Standing there. Very pensive. So wait. This bowl. Still on the back end.
It's almost a case of, I've got to get this right. 2 ordinary ones. The third one has finished short I might be lucky here and get an inside edge. No, he's not up there either. So
There must be a little bit of pressure too for Lewis, given that Sam Tolchard won last time we had it in New Zealand. The English representative for that. He just won the English national singles.
last bowl, second end of the second set.
Trying to make it 2.
Been down and had a look. He's punched this one out onto a better line than his previous. If his weight's there, he's got a good bowl. Is it going to hold for him? It's not quite going to hold, or has it? No, it hasn't. Turns in for him, but certainly just the one. And King flicks it out and lets him have a look and says, yep, just the one. So a single each now, and it's 1-1 after 2 ends. Keeping the jack pretty much down towards the 2 metre mark. The mat is a fair way back, so they're comfortable, seem to be comfortable, although it doesn't show it with some of the bowls, comfortable with this length.
It's interesting they've stuck with this length. Coming in this direction actually seems to have been largely okay, I think, John. The standard's been quite high. But going away from the clubhouse, we've seen a lot of bowls, a lot of loose bowls. This is a good start here from Martina. The weight perfect.
Sort of crosses a couple of his fingers after delivery.
Could get lucky, but isn't going to. Trying to stay up. It has stayed up on the rink.
Oof. I don't know, quickly on the mat. Thinks he's got his line now. That's all just a matter of my weight. Hasn't changed anything. That's good.
I think there's merit to playing your bowl at pace after your opposition has just played a poor shot, John.
Get him on the mat.
Get him back on the mat, you know.
Could have a better result here for the English player. Oh. Phew, purse your lips, blow, exhale, and then go back swearing a little bit under your breath. He's just keeping on that line too.
If he's got the weight, he'll sit for 3 here. That's 3 nice bowls. If they're bunched up, Lewis may actually feel it's easier just to hit those than it is to draw them. But the percentage shots to draw this.
He's only just missed, hasn't he? Missed taking the jack back with his first. Just slid by the jack with his second. Oh, this is wide. He's gone wider here.
It's just carrying on. And it has stayed. Nope, it's gone into the ditch. That's a man there who was very frustrated. We've seen some genius bowls from Lewis, and then some other ones where you can almost feel the frustration, John.
And Watana might well be thinking, if he's mentally struggling a bit, I might just put another one in there and say, okay, hit these.
I think he'll try and hold 4.
Yeah.
And it's up to Lewis here to show a bit of grit, see if he can draw the shot.
So that'll be a 4th shot, I would think. And so he's...
Yeah, it's there for 4.
Yeah.
There'll be a deep breath here. Lewis on the back end. Smooth as silk on the back end side. How's the fourth time lucky?
Looking to spring the jack back to himself for 2 after a nightmare opening. He has 2. Look, oh, wow.
That was a lovely effort.
Yeah.
That was a well played bowl from Lewis there. You know, he's going to drop. It's likely to be a 4, to be honest. We'll just see. 3.
3 it is.
Going to drop a 3, but his last bowl was well played. Be more disappointed with the middle ones. 4-1 the score as we begin the fourth end. Interesting, something I've noticed with the international players is they leave the mats, John, whereas domestically you hardly ever see that, do you?
No, they just use one mat, same mat all the time.
For international viewers, I'm not sure if it's something that is done overseas, but domestically when we play singles in New Zealand, it's generally accepted that you have one mat, and the player that does not have the last bowl will pick the mat up and follow the player that does have the last bowl down. Whereas in this match, in the previous match, John, the mats were left on the rink ends, weren't they, and placed back by the marker.
I see Watana getting his bowl away quite quickly, as you mentioned. The jack had only just been straightened and he was on the mat and away. Surely it's got to be temporary for Lewis King. It looks as though he likes this one better. Well, that's a case of deja vu. Just the jack, I think, is moving on him. Just sidestepping him. Big stride. Pushes it out on that backhand again, Watana. Taking a bit less green. It's all about the weight, though. And if this is good weight for him, so he scores another.
Yeah, playing some very nice bowls in the second set.
Yep.
And to be fair, he played well in the first set. Also.
Yep. He was up 4-2 and then dropped 5 over 3 ends, which saw him down 7-4. But he won that last end. King. Another one back where his first one went. So there is that trap. And Watana is going to stay on the backhand where he's been effective. Then he'll worry about any potential danger after that. Oh, gee. Same green as his first. Yeah. Jack or shot. Jack back to me for 3. That's what he's thinking. Taking a good line. Oh, he's got to undercuts the shot. Gee. So Watana, with his last bowl of this end, he's holding 1 against very pensive and disturbed Lewis King.
Just go and talk to English supporter in the background. Sometimes it's actually nice to have someone to vent to like that, John.
Yep.
Close. How's the weight? Not going to make it. I wonder if we'll see aggression here. Like a solid trail, you trail it back for 3, you replace the shot bowl for 1.
Yeah.
Easy than trying to draw, John. If Lewis felt so inclined, I mean, there's no reason why he couldn't go a bit quicker at it and kill it and have it respotted on the 2 metre. No, that would be silly.
Right.
That would be dumb.
Yep.
He shouldn't do that.
He's got opportunities here with that. The jack back, the sitting the shot, and he hasn't been, apart from that last bowl where he was short, his line's been pretty good for that particular shot.
Yeah. Looking to trail the jack right back.
And he's only one
for a
down, so
3.
it's it's a case of take the opportunity. Nope. That was interesting too, wasn't it? He was hoping to take the jack straight back into the ditch rather
Square,
than kill it.
yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
and he would have picked up 3 if that had been the case, but he missed that, and so it's a single to Watana of Thailand, and they're measuring for 2. Here we go.
1.5.
Steve Sargent, who's nicely recovering from a shoulder reconstruction, which saw him unable to drive or any of that sort of stuff for a while.
He would have been thrilled.
Yeah, pleased to be over it. That's the one.
Just the one there. So 5-1 the score, and we're on the 5th end of 7 here as we appear to be heading towards a tie break.
Don't say it.
You timed
we
that
appear
bad-
to be. Yeah,
You timed that badly, John.
we appear to be.
3 out of
5-1. We've
3 out of
seen
3.
things change dramatically, haven't we, in the games that we've telecast so far. We've had 2 tiebreakers in those matches. One of those was a game between Wales and Tonga, where the Tongan competitor was up by 5-1 after 3, 5-2 after, then 5-4, and then only just got home to win it. So a lot can happen over a couple of ends, and we've got 3 ends remaining in this.
On the forehand.
I was reading the scorecard, my scorecard, and I didn't see where Watana's first bowl went. What's happened? Oh, okay.
Panic. It went past.
Oh, there it goes.
1 yard.
You're trailing by 4. 2 ends to go after this for Lewis. Very achievable, but really needs to score. You know, it's not looked like that's been likely this set.
It's really all about your weight in these here, isn't it? It's your green can be ordinary, and we've seen that, but it's the weight that's been the problem for everyone.
Yeah, unless you've played on it, it's hard to explain
Yes,
because it's
yeah.
not like a quick undercover carpet green. And they are beautiful, but we have to remember that these players' instinct is to do the opposite of everything that happens on these rinks, and we'll see an improvement in quality for sure as the week goes on, as always happens when we have events down here with international competitors. It just takes sometimes a couple of days for the computer to work it all out. Beautiful line again from Lewis King. Just not quite finding that weight. So we see him walk. He's going for a walk, John.
Yeah. When we talk about the overseas players taking a while to get to grips, to be fair, the first game we had was Australia against New Zealand, and there was a
struggle.
Yeah, it was a struggle there too. So they're all just taking a while to get to grips with it. And what they don't want is to sort of drop their 3 matches on the first day and find that they're improving form on day 2 and 3, but have cancelled their chances on the first day. I don't know, it looks to be a bit heavy here. Might be just
If
enough
he
to give
keeps-
him the shot. Not quite. Oh, yeah, maybe.
I don't think so.
No.
So Lewis has quite some room to draw a second shot here on the forehand.
Last bowl. Fifth end. Well, he's hoping to sneak in off his own here. I think we'll see shoulders hunched, I think, in a moment. He grabs the mat and the jack.
And one shot.
Slams the mat down. One shot. 5-2.
Penultimate end now. As it begins to drizzle. And a long end again, John. We've seen no change in jack length.
No. It's like they're just a bit nervous. You can't get to grips with the long, so am I going to be any better off with it's a bit shorter? That looks a better line here from Lewis King.
Needs it to hold. Finally guts one square.
Yeah.
So that's still, technically speaking, that's still a poor bowl.
Yep.
Because he's narrow and heavy, but he's gone narrow and heavy through the jack, which he'll be pleased with, because every other time he's gone near the jack, it's been like taunting it.
So we'll see if we see any go in the ditch from here.
Oh, he snicked it.
Yeah.
Which means, of course, it's alive, so both on the tight side.
And that was the shot. Yeah, better line. Not sure about the weight.
Needs it to hold. Yeah, that's lovely stuff. That's a very good bowl from Lewis King. He just looked at his imaginary watch as if to say,
It's taken me all this time.
and where has this been?
Aggression here.
Fascinating shot selection.
Got it.
Oh! Chipped it off. So both those bowls are gone out of the rink, and it's a rinse and repeat situation here for Lewis. No making around from Matana. Close again, John. Look at this. Yeah, that's a classy bowl and a toucher. Good shot. Well, if he attacked the previous bowl, you would think that we'll see aggression again.
Yeah, particularly as he's definitely got second. Now, if there was any doubt about that. Not a mile away. Oh, takes the jack and is a toucher in the ditch.
Now, Lewis has a couple of touches.
Yeah.
Just see if we can get a nice overhead shot of where the jack and bowls are in relation.
I wonder, has he got the shot? Is that the shot?
So
No, the one in the
Latana's holding the shot.
Yep.
See that toucher that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack, John? But you could hit that in, couldn't you?
I'm sure, and even if he tries to draw it, playing that hand and nudging it up, you know, he doesn't need to smack it, but he might smack it. That's an easier shot, possibly. What's in front of it, Alex?
Yes. I think it's clear. I think it's
Okay.
just sits there by itself.
There you go. Trying to run his own toucher into the ditch. Zips by, and so it's another shot there for Watana, just a one. And point. Oh, he's got one to play, hasn't he?
Yeah, you feel like the set has essentially slipped out of Lewis's hand. So 3 up here. If Watana draws another shot, we'll go straight to a tie break.
Yep.
So you can't score 5 shots on a set and an end. Sorry. Essentially to force the tie break immediately here. And 3 games we've broadcast, John, and it looks like we're going to have 3 of them go to the 3-end tie break.
Oh, look at this.
Watch this bowl. Nope.
Where's it gone?
We'll be waiting for some time.
Oh, I thought it was heading to a really good home.
So did
It didn't.
I.
So a single it is.
6-2 the score. We're on the final end of the second set, and every single bowl that Lewis King has left has to count.
To force, well, if he's to win it, absolutely. Yeah. If he's to win this, he needs to go to 6-all, and then he wins it because he won the first set. Otherwise, as you've mentioned, he is bound for a tiebreaker. How much shorter than anything we've seen is this?
Quite a lot, and it's an unusual decision if you're it's an unusual decision if you're 4 up last end on a set that you need to win
Unless you draw it dead with your first bowl.
to entirely change the length of the head. I don't really understand, but that's okay. I also have never won my national singles title, so Lewis on the forehand. There's 1. 3 to go, and that's a good start. Changing the jack length, John. Something we've been waiting for 12 ends.
Oh, a nice correction.
Lovely bowl.
Get another 3 inside that, Lewis, and you'll be doing well.
Oh, he needs to try and find a way for a 4, so it's past the head, so it's not the end of the world, but the jack probably needs to move and a bowl needs to go for 4 shots at the moment, John, so it's beginning to get a little complicated here for the Englishman. Simple equation for Watana. Just
match those bowls.
match the bowls, make
Yep.
it as hard as possible.
Yep.
That's a good shot there.
Yeah.
So Lewis is asked to come and have a look because he's trying to figure out who's got third shot, which informs how he's going to score his 4, John. I think what he's probably going to have to do is draw on his backhand side, which is to the right of the screen as we see it, and move the jack with this one so that he's got maybe even second, third and fourth shot, and with his last bowl he'll have to remove that blue bowl of Watana's that sits on your screen now, just past the jack.
Yes, yeah.
But he needs to move the jack first so that he can potentially score a 4, because as you see the way it sits here, even if you removed, you'd have to remove both the blue bowls, which you can't do, and hang around to find a way to score a 3. So Lewis will be on his backhand, which is to the right as you see it. Try and trail the jack back maybe 3 or 4 feet, and then see if he can find a way to remove the shot bowl, and also hope that Watana doesn't do anything at all with his 4th one, and there might be like a 3% chance of a 4. Or he could play
Either
his,
that.
or
Yeah.
he could play his 4.
I was going to say.
I know nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Either that or he plays and moves out Watana's second shot, which is the middle there, stays there and gives him 3 because Or is it just depends how close that short one is.
Well, you can see he's just snuck past. You still feel like there's half
Yeah,
a chance.
yeah,
Perhaps it is that short bowl at 12 o'clock doesn't beat the light blue bowl at 8 o'clock, in which case you get rid of the second shot and you've got a 4.
That's hard to tell, isn't it? Oh, yeah, can't tell. But I'll be interested to see if that dark blue bowl of Watana's, which is second shot, if it goes out and King stays there.
Is it 4 or not?
Is it 4 or
It just
not?
feels, at every camera angle, like that bowl to
Yeah.
the right of our screen is too close.
Yeah. Watana sends a toucher down.
Oh, where is a 4, John? I can't see any space on the screen where the jack could go.
No.
That there are 4 shots for England. You can get a 3 simple. Thread the needle on the forehand, trail it back to the 4 o'clock direction. That's 3 shots. Maybe there's a weird place the jack can go that's somewhere near that bowl at the bottom right of your screen. If the jack is there, is there a world in which you've got 4?
Got to take that other bowl back as well.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, this
I'll
will
be
be.
interested to see what he does here. Very interested to see.
There's usually something on.
Yeah.
But it might be like a 1 in 100,000 chance. Like, you look at that, and there's enough bowls around that a 4 could happen. It just doesn't feel very likely at the moment. If you were playing it, you'd find a way to get
The
a play.
I'd close my eyes. The placement of those short bowls is crucial here, I think.
Yeah.
How close they are.
And they've snuck in. I'm sure they're close enough that you
Yeah.
can't simply just get rid of the second shot. If it was as simple as that, I think Lewis would have played the bowl already. I think I think Lewis needs the movement of the bowl and the jack. So there's more than one thing that needs to happen here. What do you think they're talking about?
She's just saying, make your mind up and play. You know, really be firm in your mind. If you think you can get it, go for it. It's a sort of shot that will build confidence for you right throughout this tournament.
Giving himself.
So he is seeking that second shot too. And he's got it. So this will be an... Oh, no, he's just going to underneath it. Oh.
Yeah, he was looking for a bit of movement all the way through.
Yeah.
It was a lovely effort.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's not enough. So we're going to go to a tie-break, John. 3 out of 3 today. A tiebreaker to decide the winner here. 3 ends. I'll toss a coin. Steve Sargent has a coin, so that's delightful.
Here we go, this match then between England and Thailand. The first of our men's matches that you've seen today. We've had 2 women's games with Australia against New Zealand and Wales against Tonga. They were the 2 matches. Australia winning 1, and did Tonga win that or did Wales? I can't remember now.
We watched
Tonga.
it.
Yeah. Yep. So now we have a tiebreaker between Thailand and England. As I mentioned earlier, England has won this twice through Sam Tolchard in 2022. That was played at Nainai, just out of the Wellington area, and Mark Walton won it in Christchurch in 2005. So Lewis King is looking to become the 3rd English player to win the World Champion of Champions singles title.
They've got quite a remarkable nationals too in England. It goes for maybe even 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, something ridiculous. And they have all these, they've got a number of different events that they count as national titles, and there's some ones that seem strange to New Zealand ears, John, like 2 wood singles.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything it seems like I'd be watching paint dry, but it must be something interesting. And family pairs, but also the normal ones, which are your singles, pairs, triples and fours. And I believe they have to win their county title, and that gives them the right to go forward to their big nationals. So for New Zealanders listening, it's a little bit like our Champion of Champions series. You win your club and your district, and you go forward to the national title. And Lewis obviously was able to win their national singles, but a mighty undertaking by Bowls England each year. They've broadcast the finals the last 2 years, I think, 2 or 3 years. Leamington Spa seems to be the venue. Magnificent greens, and they run at about 10 seconds and look very lush and very green.
Yes.
Some great history over there. We had a New Zealander at the helm at Bowls England for a while, didn't we, John? Was it George Shaw?
George Shaw, absolutely. And,
Was the,
and I'm sure George will have half an ear to it. I know he hasn't been all that well of late, George, but his good mate Gary Fleming, I asked him yesterday when I was talking to Gary, how was George? George is so well known in the world of bowls. A hard case and a hard worker, and really passionate about it. So we hope you're able to watch some of this, George.
Quite a source of pride, I think, as New Zealanders, that we've had some really key personalities contribute to our sport on a global level over the last 30 or 40 years.
Actually, you mentioned the word wood there before, 2 wood competition or whatever it was. And it's not a term we hear in New Zealand.
No.
You know, and I was talking to Karen Morris, who's playing for Cyprus, and I said, how did you get on first up? She said, I felt as though I'd never had a wood in my hand. And I said, a wood, a bowl, yeah. Yes.
Different language. So one down on the head, trying to make it. Here we go, look at this here. Oh, that's a classy bowl. In for one. And a light applause from the watching crowd here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And Lewis with a smile is going, I've done it. And a good bowl it was too.
He'll be a different player tomorrow. Probably both of them will be, getting through this first day.
Well, it's not that it's not been all poor bowls.
Oh, no, not
There's
at all.
just been an occasional scatter.
I see this is the best weight we've seen, consistent weight right on the 2 metre. They've all landed it there. And yet we have seen some really, as I said, players there watching from the club are saying, oh, well, I can bowl this well, which on any given day probably you can. Oh, this is nice too. Is it just going to hold up for them?
That is outstanding.
Yeah.
That's fantastic stuff. I think we're seeing the a reflection of how they've won their national singles here, because this is when it really matters, right? We're in a tie-break situation. This is when you need to play good bowls, and champions find a way to play good bowls, John, even when they are struggling a little. Lewis looking at his options here. So that's he's visualising, well, what happens if I hit this bowl? And his decision is, does he just try and go jack into the ditch on the backhand, which is to the right as you see it? Or is he trying to blow the head up on the forehand by going through that bowl that he placed his foot on? The English often have very quick drives when required. Will be intriguing to see what he opts to play. I would expect to see a backhand shot, John. See those 4 bowls, those dark blue bowls, none of them are past the head, so backhand jack in the ditch for 2. Here we go, we'll find out shortly.
And there are options there, little slides if need be, but that looks to be his best bet. He is lining up. So he can get the inside edge of his own, or And this is a good track for him. What's his weight like? What is his weight like? His weight's pretty good. Or has he found the hole?
Yes, what
Oh,
a
he's done
bowl.
it. Very good bowl.
That's a classy shot. I was talking about playing a runner. Why do it when you could just play slightly
Yeah.
over the draw?
And still get 2.
All the class of the man shown there. 3 in tiebreak. Imagine. That'd be disappointing if he thought he'd won it there, but no, 3 in tiebreak. So 2 on the first.
Was it a 2? I didn't quite
No.
see there was a discussion about it down there. We'll see it when it goes up on the board.
Okay, I'll await advice. Oh, it looks like just the one there. Oh no, it is a 2. Is it? I don't know, John. It deserved to be 2, and it was.
Good. Yep.
Beautiful bowl. Good weight control there.
And you saw the delight there on the face of Lewis King. He just needed to get something in there, and it will give him so much confidence now.
And he's delivered a short end.
Wow.
Here we go. I think, yeah, we're just seeing the yeah. That's poor commentary, but I made sense in my head.
What you're saying is we see a man who's thought this through. I'm not able to dominate on the long ends. I've now got a 2-0 lead. If I can get one close here on a short end, put the pressure on my opponent. There'd been there'd been that one short end, wasn't it?
Just the one,
Yeah.
yeah, and it was on the last end of the second set,
Yes, yeah.
and it was quite a good end of bowls.
The thing was, they both played that short end reasonably well. So first points there for Lewis King. He's a holding shot. Oh. Now let's see why he said that. As he picks up the jack and not
Oh,
quite.
he knew he'd overplayed it.
Yeah, he knew he'd over. That's right. Narrow and heavy.
Close here, John.
Keeps
Lovely
on going,
effort,
though, doesn't it?
slightly overplayed.
Yeah, keeps on running.
Last hole. 5 feet.
Just about the last game left going here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. Stalking it down. Needs to go through the jack. Well, he's got away with that one. May have set around the corner. It still looks like 1. Yeah, it is still 1, 2.
Staying on his same hand. He'd been a bit narrow with his previous 2, and now he wants to be narrow because that's where the line is.
If he's got the running, this is
Yeah.
brilliant bowl. Yeah, nice shot. Holding 2.
A good 2 now because that ball fell in.
Been a fascinating game,
It
John.
has, yes. So they've played every ball on the forehand coming in this direction this time.
If the shot
Will we see King change? No, he's going to follow him down. Finding it's easy. It's swinging through nicely there. They've all played a perfect green for a jack that's moved.
He's in with a chance here, John. If this has got the right weight, it is definitely the right green. How's the weight here from Lewis King?
Yeah, he's done
Great bowl. That's outstanding. And you could see what it meant to him, John. And it sat down. And it touched the jack. So is it a toucher? Someone. Yep.
So
Beautiful bowl.
Watana, can't see him coming that same hand now.
Striker. Those striker bowls. There you go.
It's nothing for him to. If he drives this and kills it, who's got the back bowls? Not him. So it's King's got the back bowl, and he's holding shot.
It's possible to get the bowl clean without jack movement.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he probably has to try and play, because you're 2 down in a tie break. I think you have to try and go the bowl without any jack movement here and be a bit disappointed if you kill it. Big moments. What a huge bowl that was from Lewis King. Champion. This is close.
Oh, gee. That was finger width wide to taking that out. And so another single, and the game starts to get away from Watana, but it's only 3. 3-0, 1 in to play. And Watana was very close to picking up 3 that time.
He's been
Well, gosh, that was close.
agonisingly close
Yeah.
on a few occasions this game. Lewis King has found the magic when he's required it. Jean Ashby again in the background. It's the Bowls New Zealand Life member badge that she's wearing there, John.
Yeah.
What's that in here? It's the polishing of the bowls. On the back end.
He'll be feeling much more comfortable now, but not totally relaxed. Going into the last end at 3-0 up. Wee opening here though for Watana. Has to make sure this one counts. Start off strongly. And he does.
Very good bowl.
How far is my bowl, please?
If you're looking to build a 3, that's an okay start from
Yeah.
Watana.
Yeah.
For Lewis, it's about, you can even drop a 2 shots here, John, and you'll be okay.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for Watana to get 3 inside this. Oh, he just slides by. I thought it was going to pick the jack up there and take it back. So there's still a chance. Just marking it on the move, Steve Sargent. Here we go. Looking to make it 2 now. Watana from Thailand. Army officer. Been bowling for 7 years or so. Gets a slide.
No.
Not enough. Not enough.
So now yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Forehand he is. I think that's the way to go.
He'll be pleased you agree with him.
I'm sure. I would be surprised if he gave any continentals.
Right, let's have a look at what is there for Watana. His opponent has played all 4 bowls. Watana has 1 to go, and he somehow needs to get 4 from that. And I wonder if he might just come down, smack that front bowl of Kings straight through onto the next one, take them all out.
If he scored a 3, it would force an extra end.
Yep. So has he got 2 though? That's the thing. Sure. So it's got to be some movement of maybe that shorter bowl, and they stay there.
Again, we see ahead where there's a half a chance.
Yeah, yeah. Moving that short bowl of Kings out of the road.
Yeah.
I mean, just turning it, that's
Looks
all.
like it would do enough.
Yeah. So, underneath. Oh, he's playing forehand. Okay, playing forehand to maybe move the jack to give him 3. That's what he sees as a potential.
If he clears that bowl, he's going to bog
Oh.
straight into it.
Hard luck.
Oh.
It was the line he was looking for. It was a good attempt by him, and I think Lewis King will be very relieved to come out of this match with a victory. He won the first set by 7-5. He dropped the second 6-3, but then was too good in the tiebreaker and has won that particular part of this match, and therefore the match. It's Lewis King of England beating Watana of Thailand in this final match we're showing you today. We'll be back again tomorrow. You'll have a look at some highlights, and we'll be back at 9 tomorrow morning.